I'm going to call the BZA meeting to order, and our first order of business here this morning is VAPCO case number 6469. And before we begin, I want to disclose that my daughter is an employee of VAPCO. We have not talked about this. When this case came up, that was the first I knew about it. And I'm sure with the low-level employee that she is, this will not affect her employment, and this will not affect my ability to judge this case independent of that. So with that, Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and well, before we get started, make sure that you leave by the same door you came in. Make sure your electronic devices are silenced. And if you haven't signed in on the sheet on the side, the clipboard on the side, make sure you do so before you leave today. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6469, a request for conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard and multiple variances. The site is located at Kraus Mill Road at Route 140, Tawnytown, Maryland, on property zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 1 by VAPCO, Inc., Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, sections 158.040, 158.071.01, and 158.173. Site visit is tentatively scheduled for September 20th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A September 25th, 2023 letter from James A. Wypreck, City Manager, City of Tawnytown. Writing on behalf of City of Tawnytown, request for conditional use, contractor equipment storage yard. We support the application and encourage you to approve the conditional use and grant the variances that VAPCO Inc. seeks. Subject property is within the municipal growth area adopted in our most recent comprehensive plan. For that reason, we received the application for consistency with our comprehensive plan. We find that the proposed use and the requested variances are consistent with our planning documents. There are the site minutes for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. There are no comments at this time. There's a September 13th, 2023 letter from Christopher Hahn, PE Secretary. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a September 13th, 2023 memo from Randolph Mitchell, Planning Technician, to the Board. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2010 Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan, 2014 Carroll County Master Plan, as amended in 2019 Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use and multiple variances is consistent with the 2010 Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. Notice of public hearing dated September 4th, 2023 for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. She has an attached sheet. Site plan will need to address Chapter 150, Forest Conservation, provide grading plan and show units or limits of disturbance. Easement will be required, among other things. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. Comments? No comments. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Matias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A plan will need to be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. Hearing notice was posted. 8/24/2023 by Scott Robinson, zoning inspector. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Comments: proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. And then there's an application. There's an August 10th, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board that includes the application. And then there is a plan from DDC, Development Design Consultants. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a motion to move the file into evidence?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Move the file into evidence. With that, let me explain the process. I see some new faces in the audience that have never endured our BZA hearings. And what we will do is the applicant is represented by legal counsel, Ms. Schaefer Miller, and she will present her case. I'm assuming we'll call witnesses, and after each witness gives their testimony, anyone from the audience can ask them questions of their testimony. Again, it has to be asking them questions of their testimony. The board will have that same opportunity. After Ms. Schaefer Miller is finished with her witnesses, then any of you in the audience can go to the microphone and give your own testimony. So again, the first part of this is just questions of testimony that anyone from the applicant may give. So I promise you, at the end of the hearing, you'll understand the process. You're probably a little confused right now, but you will understand the process at the end. Okay, Ms. Schaefer, do you have any opening comments?
I do, Mr. Vail, but I would like to ask if we should take the oath
Yes. Before we get started, thank you, Ms. Schaefer. So if you plan on testifying today or asking questions of the applicant, could you please stand and take the oath? If in doubt, just go ahead. Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Very good. You can be seated. Okay, Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here with their representatives, Mr. Gene Robertson, present and seated to my left. As you heard introduced from the file by Mr. Dixon, the request before you today is for a contractor's equipment storage yard, and an area variance, and a few distance variances from the distance requirements of the code. You may or may not be familiar with Evapco and its existing location in Tawnytown. Evapco does have, and the testimony you will hear today is that Evapco does have an existing headquarter office building as well as manufacturing building located within Tawnytown presently, right now. This property that we are here before you today for is located within Carroll County. It is right on the border of the corporate limits for the city of Tawnytown, which is why through Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file, a lot of the information you heard was actually related to the city of Tawnytown, because this property is within the designated growth area and is shown on Tawnytown's comprehensive plan, even though it's currently located within the county. This is the request before you, and all of the testimony you will hear today is that this is a relatively limited contractor's equipment storage yard from some that you've seen. There's no proposed improvements before you today. This is just an outdoor storage yard for fully manufactured units from Evapco. and you will hear all of the testimony that supports the variance requests before you as well today. So with that, I will call my first witness. I would call Mr. Gene Robertson. Gene, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Gene Robertson, Robertson, and my address is 90 East Summit Drive, Littlestown, Pennsylvania, 17340.
Gene, you heard my opening statement. Is it accurate that you are here today as a representative for Evapco?
Yes.
And can you generally explain to the board what your position at Evapco is and also what Evapco does?
Sure. I am the corporate traffic manager for Evapco. I have global oversight of all of our traffic movement. Evapco is a global manufacturer of heat transfer equipment, and we are headquarters in Tawnytown, Maryland, along with our R&D research labs.
And you heard in my opening statement also that Evapco has applied for a conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard, an area variance, and a few distance variances. Is that accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Is it correct that Evapco currently owns the property that has been applied for here today?
Yes.
And can you tell us where, you spoke about the existing Evapco headquarters, where is that located?
The headquarters is located at 5151 Allendale Lane in Tawnytown.
And is that adjacent to the property that we're discussing today?
Yes.
I am going to put in front of you stack of our exhibits. You can unclip that one.
Thank you.
Pretty cool. I have just handed everyone a copy of a packet of the exhibits that I intend to enter throughout the hearing today. For ease, I have provided them to you in a packet, but we will individually reference them and ask that they be entered through testimony. So, Mr. Robertson, you are looking at applicant's Exhibit 1. Is that a Google aerial showing the site proposed here today and the existing Evapco headquarters?
Yes.
Does that appear to be accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So can you try to describe where the Evapco headquarters is and how we could find it if we were looking at this Google aerial?
Evapco headquarters? So it is just to the northeast of the proposed site where the star is, kind of left center is the headquarters. It is the larger capitalized Evapco. That is where the headquarters is. And you see across the street from that on 194 is another Evapco. That's another manufacturing facility we have there on Frank Scott Key Highway.
And both the headquarters and the other manufacturing facility you just spoke to, are they kind of indicated by little red pinpoints on that Google aerial?
Yes.
I would like to ask that that the aerial be entered as applicant's Exhibit 1.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, are you aware of approximately how long Evapco has owned the property that we're discussing here today?
Yes, it was purchased in September of 2021.
And are you familiar with the site that we're discussing today?
I am.
So what you have in front of you has been marked as applicant's Exhibit 2. Now, I'm gonna have you walk us through, because this is, you'll note that this exhibit is 5 pages. So can you start with page 1 and explain to us what that shows?
So page 1 shows the north view looking north on Kraus Mill Road from the right-hand side. So looking towards the city of Tawnytown on Kraus Mill Road.
And just to put everything in perspective, can you tell us, if we were referencing the plan that was submitted with this application, can you tell us approximately where that photo was taken from, if we were standing?
Let's see, so here's Kraus Mill, let's see, get my bearings here. Allendale, Kraus Mill. These are the houses, it would be, I'm guessing in this area here, am I right? Or is it, no, it's right here.
So, would you say approximately across from the residence, at 2680 Kraus Mill Road?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to turn to page 2 of that exhibit, please? Can you explain what that shows?
So this is looking east of the same piece of parcel that photo 1 was taken from, an east view, and this would be the proposed area for the storage yard.
Okay. You can turn to page 3, please. Can you go through this? We're just going to go through the same exercise 3 more times.
So this is on the same side of the road, the same parcel, different view looking south of that same parcel that we're talking about as a storage
Okay.
yard.
Next page.
So this is a shot that is looking north on Kraus Mill Road. That is across the residence that you just spoke about of the proposed site.
Okay. Page 5.
And that is a shot looking south on Kraus Mill from the perspective area that we're talking about, looking southbound, showing the roadway and the open view.
Okay. Mr. Robertson, to the best of your knowledge, were those photographs taken using any kind of zoom lens?
No.
And do they accurately depict the property to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I would like to ask that applicant's exhibit 2, which is pages 1 through 5, be entered as exhibit 2.
We will accept those into evidence.
Thank you. Just gonna make my own note here. Mr. Robertson, I'd like you to walk this board through what you intend to use this yard for. Can you just explain to the board and everyone in this room here today what will happen in this contractor area? You heard me in my opening statement describe that there are no proposed buildings. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So if you could, just please walk the board through what will happen in this yard.
Absolutely. We have, we're fortunate enough to be awarded some very, very large projects here in the States. And with that came a very demanding delivery timeline from our customer. So in order to achieve that, we have ramped up manufacturing much earlier than we normally do in order to build finished product. Unfortunately, we don't have, on our current location, we do not have the available storage for all the equipment that we're talking for these large projects to be stored on site, and that's what this storage yard that we're requesting would be used for our finished product would be stored up there.
Is it accurate to say that only the finished units and finished equipment will be stored on this site?
That's correct.
Now, you are looking at what's been marked as Applicant's Exhibit 3, which is 3 pages, a series of 3 pages. I'd like you to walk us through what each of those shows, please.
Absolutely. Thought it was important for everyone to see what our proposed storage the equipment that we're talking about storing, what it looks like. Page 1, so the storage equipment, it consists of 2 pieces to make up 1 unit. There is a lower section, which you see in page 1. That is the lower half of the equipment. So this is primarily all steel fabrication, whether it's aluminum, stainless steel, that sort of thing. Piece of equipment that is currently just about completed in our factory. Page 2 is the upper section that would out in the field at the job site sit on top of page 1. That is the upper section with the fans and control panel and everything. So we would be looking at storing page 1 and page 2 repeatedly, many page 1 and many page 2 in this storage yard. And then lastly is page 3. We would be required, once complete manufacturing at our 2910 location, we would load our truck inside with an overhead crane and deliver up to our storage yard. And our plan is to take the piece of equipment in Exhibit 3, page 3, that gantry crane that we own. We would take that up there, and we would actually have that stationed up there to be able to unload and reload our equipment.
Thank you. I would like to ask that Applicant's Exhibit 3, pages 1 through 3 be entered.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, approximately how long would a finished unit be stored at the site proposed today?
I would say that on average, a finished piece of equipment could sit there for 3 to 4 months.
And you kind of alluded to this, but let me explicitly ask you, do you need this storage area that you're requesting to store ordered units, or is this an anticipated need sort of situation?
Everything we manufacture is sold equipment.
So the units that will be stored here have been ordered and are just waiting for transport. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And these can sit out under the elements. Is that also accurate?
That's correct. They sit out, and their entire life they sit out in the elements.
Now, you talked about it, but let's get into more specifics. Explain how these units will get from where they're manufactured to the site.
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be loading the finished sections, lowers and uppers in the same fashion within our 2910 manufacturing location onto a trailer that is will be Evapco owned. It will be Evapco employee driving the equipment up to our storage. And this equipment is just under 12 wide, but it's over dimensional, so all permitting, state permitting is required. We would have a blanket permit for the equipment that we move up to the storage lot, and it would be unloaded by that gantry crane. When the time to ship it out, I do have contractor trucks through Evapco that would be hauling that equipment. And they have to have a permit in order to haul this equipment, so that to get all the states permitted from, which includes their route from state to state.
So is it a fair representation to say that Avapco coordinates and handles all of the hauling to and from this site?
That's correct. Evapco has ownership of the equipment until we get to our final destination.
Okay. And at a maximum, how many trips to and from the site do you think Avapco would need to make in a day?
I don't see, at our max peak, I would say maybe 6 to 8 trips a day.
Okay. And on average, what would you say?
Average a day, 2, maybe 3.
Had another thought and I just lost it. So, you explained that all of the trucks are subject to state permits. Is that something that you've already explored and confirmed what's necessary and confirmed that this route is eligible for that permitting?
Yes, I reached out a few weeks ago to the lady at Maryland State Transportation.
And the trucks that come to this site and then leave the site, are they able to turn around in the area that's proposed?
Yes,
So they will turn around on the site in the area proposed, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, could those size trucks make that turning movement in a 1 acre area with also stored units?
No.
Okay. Can you explain the approximate hours and days of week that you anticipate this site needing to be accessed?
Sure. So it would be primarily Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. It would not be any earlier and would not be any later because for over-dimensional permits, sunrise to sunset anyway. So we're limited to that, plus that's all we would do. With the occasional Saturday, which would be rare, but that would be occasional.
Okay. And within those hours and days you just described, that ties back to your statement about 2 to 6 trips a day, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so it would be within the hour range, that's when those trips would be occurring, correct?
that's correct.
Will there be any employees stationed permanently at the site or anybody working from this site?
No,
Okay. Do you anticipate needing any kind of signage for the requested area?
no,
Do you anticipate needing or wanting any lighting of this area?
no.
Can you explain to me a little, well, explain to the board, because you've already explained to me, a little bit about what went into your thought process in picking this location on the property for this request?
Certainly. Driving down Kraus Mill, surveying both sides of the road, the property on both sides, there are, the site that's proposed, that's on the left-hand side on Kraus Mill, made sense because the right-hand side of Kraus Mill has the utility poles running down the length of Kraus Mill, and those are not, they're more rural height than they are for commercial height. So that kind of deterred from the right-hand side of the property. And the left-hand side of the property also, I thought kind of made sense with traffic that would go in or out of that site. There's a clear vision from the left, and there's also a very clear vision to the right that any traffic could see each other. There were no blind spots.
Now, I'm gonna pull up this plan that was submitted with the application again, just so you've got it in front of you. All right, so here's our site. Is there any screening proposed or that Avapco plans to do as part of this yard area?
So we would be putting up a security fence around the storage yard. And then we would also open and entertain all landscaping, trees, shrubs, brushes that would be, to keep it looking in a professional manner.
So there's planned landscaping and room for additional landscaping as needed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Mr. Robertson's testimony.
Okay, anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Robertson's testimony?
That right there. I'm gonna stick the plan right on the center table, that way in case anybody, it's helpful to anyone to be able to look at it.
Okay,
It's there for
That-
anyone.
that'll be fine. So go to the microphone and please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. So go ahead, whoever wants to go.
Eric Helm, Helm, 2745 Kraus Mill Road. I'm a retired police officer. I would just like clarification on the landscaping use. Are we talking mature trees that will instantly give us some visual coverage, or saplings?
That's probably a question better directed at our engineer, Jim Mathias, because he's the one who will testify about the specifics there. So I'm happy to call him now to answer that, or if we just want to circle back.
Can we come back to that, Mr. Helm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
And-
Secondly, just
And if you have any questions of him, go ahead right now.
on the hours of operation, I ask this in the concerns of having a 9 and 8-year-old to catch the bus. Would it be feasible to, during school years, try and limit the truck traffic for a 10 to 15-minute window in the morning and afternoon during those bus stop times? We're talking maybe 7:30 to 7:40 a.m. and 3:30 to 3:45 p.m., sir.
Mr.
I ask
Robertson.
that as
you
we have a
wanna-
lot of concerns with the traffic we get from Lehigh, dump trucks and tractor trailers that come through.
I can't say that I won't have a truck there at that time, but we will definitely be sensitive to those times, and try our best to keep it within that window that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So we would definitely try our best to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
And did I understand correctly on lighting, that was a definitive no?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I had, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Helm, we'll follow up on your question with Mr. Mathias after his testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, go to the microphone. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Stephen Garner, Garner, 2725 Kraus Mill Road, retired engineer. The pictures Evapco took are very nice. However, they fail to show residential property right next to them. It seemed to be an intentional thing, but I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and it's noted on, I mean, because we're looking at variances, and if you want to, I don't know if you've seen the plan,
I have.
but they are, they're delineated on the plan. Okay.
I'm concerned about the small county road that these large oversized trucks are going to be on. On a good day, I have trouble getting my pickup truck across to Kraus Mill Road. It's a very dangerous intersection. And as these oversized trucks go up this road, there are phone poles on one side, as they indicated. There's no way they can travel up this road without crossing the yellow line. So I'm interested in knowing what kind of caravan it's going to be. Is it going to be trucks in front, trucks behind, for the safety of others? That's my question for now.
Okay, Mr. Robertson, you want to respond? Go ahead and speak to us. That way you're in the
Sure,
microphone.
absolutely. So he would be correct. When the trucks are turning onto Kraus Mill Road, they would cross over the line, and obviously in order to get into their lane. I'm sure that we can do our best as far as the easement, to eliminate that as much as possible. But being a wide load, that is a possibility. But traveling the rest of Kraus Mill Road, those trucks should be able to stay within the lines as they do the rest of the travel throughout their route.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Robertson's testimony? Okay. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
John Hoover, 27 Hoover, Hoover, 2729 Kraus Mill Road.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you take the oath, sir?
I'm sorry?
Did you stand up and take the oath? Did you take
I
the?
didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to have any questions. but-
Okay, so before you can give any testimony, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
And that's okay. You changed your mind, that's fine. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. John Hoover, Hoover, 2729 Kraus Mill Road, occupation communications. I have concerns about the equipment. Is it charged equipment? What's the hazards of this equipment that's going to be sitting in that lot?
If you're referring to our gantry crane, it is run off of propane.
Okay, is it covered?
It is not.
Okay, so we have approximately 3 acres of land and this big lightning rod sitting in the middle of a lot. What do we do to protect it if it gets hit?
I believe, well, this has rubber wheels like a vehicle, and I believe that it may be grounded like a vehicle.
So the equipment sitting in the lot is going to be grounded to the ground. You're going to have ground rods all over the place on each piece of equipment. Hypothetically, it gets hit by lightning. It's a lot of metal sitting in the middle of 3 acres. What do we do as far as, I'm one house away from that lot. What do we do for the area, for the people, and what's in this unit that's hazardous, that could affect all of us?
Sir, I don't know of anything that's hazardous that we would be putting there that's any more different than lightning hitting a tree in the forest there. The only thing we're putting there is a fence, crush and run stone, and this gantry crane run by propane tank.
Right, are they charged? Recharged units?
They are pre-charged with a shut-off valve.
Okay, so if they're hit by lightning, something could happen. Propane explodes.
I'll object to that question just because it's somewhat hypothetical. I understand. I think Mr. Robertson's
All right,
been
we'll
trying
go
to
to
answer
another
the
question.
questions.
Second thing is, concerning this road is not made for oversized trucks. We're going to have trucks sitting there. The hours of operation is 7 to 6. The way the pictures look to me in the units that I've seen them, they're oversized trucks. They're going to be oversized trucks. That means they're going to be a caravan. That means these trucks are going to be sitting there idle, waiting to get into the yard.
Let me interrupt you. What you've done is just give testimony. Do you have any more questions of Mr. Robertson? I guarantee you'll be able to give testimony a little bit later in the process.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Robertson's testimony? Board members? Mr. Caldwell?
Good morning, Mr. Robertson.
Good morning.
I have a question about the route to be used to reach the yard. Could you explain how the trucks will get to this yard?
Yes, sir. So the route would be leaving our 2910 Francis Scott Key Highway location, turning right onto 194 South.
Hold on, Mr. Robertson. I'm going to back you up real quick just so everybody can follow along. The location the starting point is the Vapco location across Francis Scott Key Highway, correct?
Gotcha.
That's correct.
Okay, so then proceed forward with turning right from there, sorry.
No problem, sorry about that. Turning right onto 194 South and bearing left onto Kraus Mill Road, and then turning left into the proposed site.
Okay. Thank you. I don't believe there are any traffic lights along that section, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long would it take you to get from the manufacturing location you just described to the yard?
Approximately 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. You had mentioned the hours are 7 AM to 6 PM, but that's probably only realistic during summertime, correct?
Yes,
You're limited by transportation rules to daylight hours.
that's correct.
So the wintertime hours are going to be much later in the morning and earlier in the afternoon, is that correct?
That is correct.
What kind of security will you have at the site?
A fence,
Is that fence locked?
yes.
Okay. You mentioned here that this site was to be, to deal with large orders that that have come in or in the process of manufacturing, is that right?
That's correct.
Does that represent a full-time bump up in Evapco's business model or business of manufacturing evaporators? Or is this a peak and then it goes down?
Sir, we're hoping this is the norm.
I'm hoping it's the norm, okay. So you said the property was purchased in September of 2021. Was that in anticipation of growth of the business?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one other question, looking along at the other exhibits, Exhibit 6, will the traffic engineer be able to, or site designer be able to discuss the potential bypass road that appears to go through the property?
We will address that if there are questions, Mr. Caldwell. Those, I'm going to make a note to ask Mr. Matthias a brief question on that during his testimony.
Okay. Last question was related to, I believe, Mr. Hoover's question about the units being charged. Wouldn't the charging of refrigerant be done when the units are assembled?
Charging of the units, there is a very low charge within the equipment we're talking about storing to keep the inside of the coils water-free, so it's 10 PSI. Very low. That's the norm that we ship all of our coiled products to their destination. They maintain that very, very low charge.
Is that charge just simply air, or is it actually refrigerant?
That is a great question. I'm not 100% certain on that answer. I could find that answer out for you.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Board members?
One quick question, if I may. I assume that the lot, the storage area will not be lighted, or will it be lighted?
It will not be.
I look forward to hearing about the screening, so.
Is there any plans for Evapco to become part of the town limits? It's in the future growth area. Is there any plans for Evapco to eventually be part of the incorporated town?
There's no plans now, but as you noted, it is within the municipal growth area, so it's always a conversation of potential annexation, but no.
Okay, and I'm assuming Mr. Matthias will address the area of disturbance. So that's all I have. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, would you like to
Thank
call
you.
your next witness?
Yes, I was next call Mr. Jim Matthias.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthias, can you please state your name, spelling your last name and your address for the record?
James Mathias, Mathias, 192 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland.
And Jim, where do you work?
I am a principal with Development Design Consultants.
Mr. Matthias has testified in front of this board and throughout the county as an expert in previous cases and hearings. So I do intend to ask that he be qualified as an expert unless this board wants me to go through the.
No, in what fields are you going to request that he be?
I am going to ask that he be qualified as an expert in the area of land use planning and site design.
Okay, we will accept that.
Thank
We've
you.
seen his credentials many times before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthias, have you been present throughout this entire hearing today?
I have.
And did you hear all of Mr. Robertson's testimony?
I did.
Were you asked to prepare a drawing to accompany this application?
Yes.
And are you, in preparing that and previous to preparing that, have you also become familiar with the existing of APCO's headquarters and the site across 194?
Yes, we've done some work for Vapco on their existing facility on the south side of 194, and we were actually the site designers for the facility on the north side of 194.
And in preparing the drawing that accompanied this application, can you give the board a summary as to what you were looking at and what you've analyzed for the property?
Certainly. The property is actually comprised of two parcels, that being bisected or cut off by the Maryland Midland Railroad. There's about 24 acres on the south side. The piece to the north of the railroad is approximately 54 acres, and it's obviously bisected by Kraus Mill Road, and there are the residential properties that exist in the center of the property. There were several things we looked at when we worked with Vapco to select this site. What isn't shown on our exhibit is that running north to south along the common property line with the existing Vapco facility and this property is a significant stream, and with that, a 100-year floodplain. And then throughout the site, there is a wetlands area that runs along the frontage with Kraus Mill Road, and then runs on the on the west side of Kraus Mill Road, and runs up to Maryland 194. So there is really there was limited area on the property to site something of this nature.
And can you tell us what the zoning is of the subject property?
It's agriculture.
And was I accurate in my opening statement when I summarized that this property is right on the municipal boundary for the city of Tawnytown?
Yes.
So the zoning, when we're looking at the zoning of adjacent property, we're, in many cases, looking at zoning within the city of Tawnytown. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I am going to show you applicant's exhibit 4, or what has been marked as applicant's exhibits 4 and 5. Going first to applicant's exhibit 4, is that a capture of the county's GIS zoning map?
It is.
And does that star depict approximately where the proposed site is?
It does.
To the best of your knowledge, is that an accurate representation of the county zoning district that this property is in?
Yes.
Now, turning to applicant's exhibit 5, is it accurate that that is a copy of the town or the city of Tawnytown zoning map?
It is.
And again, does that star indicate the subject property?
It does.
And can you tell us what that pink color on this, this zoning map indicates?
On the town's map?
Yes.
That is industrial restricted.
Okay. So to the east of this property, within the municipal area, that property is zoned industrial, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to ask that applicants' exhibits 4 and 5 be entered, please.
Okay, and we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Matthias, can you tell us the acreage of this site? I think you just walked us through the bisected nature of it, but
54.2 acres is to the north of the railroad and 24.5 acres south of the railroad.
And Mr. Robertson discussed the traffic in detail, but can you explain, just confirm how this site will be accessed or how this, the proposed yard will be accessed?
Yeah, there's an access drive immediately opposite the existing driveway for that one residential property to the west. Trucks will turn in and out of that access drive.
And that access drive accesses onto Kraus Mill Road, is that accurate?
It does,
Is Kraus Mill Road a county-owned and maintained road?
yes.
And you heard Mr. Robertson's testimony that the trucks will access Kraus Mill Road from Route 194. Is Route 194 a state-owned and maintained road?
Yes,
Do you believe that both of those are capable of handling the traffic that you've heard testified to here today?
I do.
Now, you are aware that the applicant has requested several variances as part of this application, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the variance standard listed within our county code and also enumerated within Maryland case law?
I am.
So you just spoke to the surrounding zoning of the area, if you will, some being within the county and some being within the city of Tawnytown. Is it accurate that to the east of this, it's surrounded by industrial zoned property?
Yes.
And you also, you kind of jumped the gun on my question here, but is it accurate that this property itself is bisected by Kraus Mill Road?
Yes.
So it might not be 100% clear on the plans or on the maps that everybody's looking at as to where the actual property lines here are. So I'm going to ask you, Jim, can you take that up there and point out what is Evapco owned to the board, please?
Certainly.
Well, I shouldn't say Evapco owned. What is a part of the subject property?
Where would you like me to go?
Wait a minute, we already have the map.
Okay, so let me operate off of that one.
Yes.
So then I spoke of this parcels 1 and 2. This is parcel 1. And then taking out these residential properties. And then this is parcel 2.
And parcel 2 is, that goes over to almost Trevanion Road.
Do that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, starting here, this is
Right?
parcel
Gotcha.
1.
Okay,
Parcel two is.
And then again, taking these out.
okay.
so they're surrounded.
Yeah, see, this is the house, this is the last house. That's the
Okay.
house when we drove in,
Right.
we made the loop into the driveway.
The house is right here, and then there's another parcel that.
And this is,
I'm sorry.
and this is the railway,
Sure,
Correct.
okay?
gotcha. Okay.
I'll have to wait until you're done. I have questions, but,
Okay. But as far as the property limits, everybody's okay?
Mhm.
yes, I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Matthias, is it accurate that this property is both bisected by Kraus Mill Road and by the Maryland Midway?
It is,
Rail line?
it is.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, is this property part of the Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan?
Yes,
Okay. And are you aware of what the land use designation is on the Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan for this property?
yes,
And I'm showing you what's been marked as applicant's Exhibit 6. Is that a copy of the future land use designations on that City of Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan?
to the best of my knowledge, yes,
And does that star on there indicate the subject property?
yes.
Can you tell us what the future land use designation of that property is on the Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan?
Industrial.
Okay. And let me jump real quick because I believe you heard a question from the board a little bit earlier on about some of the planned streets and roadways that are shown on the comprehensive plan. To the best of your knowledge, do any of those planned streets impact what's being proposed here today?
No, no, and there's actually, there's actually an alternate route that isn't shown on this plan, but is shown on the town's transportation plan, that also limited our ability to look at citing this on the west side of Kraus Mill Road.
And that conversation to ensure that there is no impact there to planned roadways, is that a conversation that you have had with the town, with the city of Tawnytown?
Yes,
And that's also reflected in the comment letter that you heard Mr. Dixon introduce at the beginning, where the town expressed their support for this, correct?
correct.
Okay. I would like to ask that applicant's Exhibit 6 be entered, if I can't recall.
We will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Can you started talking about some of the environmental constraints on the property, Jim. Can you explain, just go into those a little bit more about what constraints this property is subject to?
Sure. As I mentioned, running north to south along the easternmost property line, there is a stream, and it establishes a 100-year floodplain from Francis Scott Key 194 to the Maryland Midland Railroad. It also establishes a county-regulated stream buffer. Yeah, I have that with me, thank you, Kelly. I know it's not really germane to this, to the property that we're looking at, referring to the property on the north side as parcel 1 and property on the south side of the railroad is parcel 2. But almost the entirety of the property, parcel 2, is encumbered with the 100-year floodplain, the culvert that crosses that railroad, and the railroad ballast establishes a berm, which basically has widened that floodplain on the south side, so that most of that property is virtually unusable, and even access to the part that is very difficult. On the north side, we talked about the floodplain along the easternmost and the stream buffer along the easternmost property line. In front of our, and immediately in front of our site for the contractor storage yard, the roadside ditch has established a wetlands, and also there is a regulated stream buffer there. We are aware that the next, if we're successful at this hearing, the next phase of this, the site plan process, we will need to address those variances with both the county and the state. That wetland and stream buffer extends to the west side of Kraus Mill Road, and to the north, it consumes most of the usable area of that property.
Jim, I'm actually going to enter this, I think.
That's
so.
fine. And Ms. Schaefer is going to enter this. Please understand that the wetlands have actually been field located, and that the stream buffer, it isn't a complete detailed stream buffer. It was just to get an idea of where it was. In other words, when we submit the drawing submit it to the county, it will be in more detail.
I've marked the drawing and the plan that Mr. Matthias was just referencing as applicant's Exhibit 7, and I'm going to ask that that be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Mr. Matthias, is it accurate, and I think you just spoke to, the fact that there is an existing kind of buffer and swath of mature trees around the property?
Yes.
Okay. The location that's been applied for here today, does that minimize the impact or the need to take out any of those existing mature trees?
There will be no removal of no existing forest areas.
having looked at the factors that we kind of just talked through, in your opinion, do those factors contribute to the unique and unusual character of this property?
Yes,
Now, you're aware that there's four distance variances and one area variance as part of this application, correct?
yes,
Now, is it accurate that a contractor's equipment storage yard is a conditional use in the agricultural zoning district?
it is.
Is there, even if this yard proposed were 1 acre in size, is there anywhere where we could locate that yard on this property that would not require distance variances? Do you believe, in your opinion, and having heard all of Mr. Robertson's testimony, do you believe that there will be any threat to the public's safety and welfare if these variances were granted here today?
No,
Now, in your opinion, do the requested variances meet the code standard and Maryland case law?
yes,
Have you had, in the history of your career, have you had the opportunity to work on other contractors' equipment storage yards within Carroll County and the municipalities?
one other.
Okay. And are you aware of more than just one other?
Yes,
Okay, and generally familiar with them?
yes.
Okay. And in comparing the characteristics of the request here today to others in Carroll County, would you say that the requested use here today is more or less intense in nature than other contractors' equipment storage yards?
I would say that it would be less in that the number of trips in and out seem to be spread over a wider time period. The ones that I'm most familiar with have intense use usually in the morning and then intense use usually in the evening.
Now, are you familiar and aware of the Schultz v. Pritz case law?
I am.
Do you believe that this case meets the standard of Schultz v. Pritz?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything that you heard testified as part of this hearing, your testimony, or from what you heard from Mr. Robertson, that speaks to the effects of this use being above and beyond any other contractor equipment storage yard in Carroll County?
No.
That concludes my testimony of Mr. Mathias.
Okay, anyone have any questions of Mr. Mathias's testimony? Mr. Helm, you had a question, was it answered?
No, you know what? Can I go back? Because I meant to ask him about landscaping so that we
Okay.
could answer that question. I apologize. That was my oversight. I jotted a note and I
Okay,
overlooked it.
We'll let you call him back.
Thank you. Mr. Mathias, can you speak to the landscaping that's shown on the plan, but also what will be required through the county at a minimum?
Yeah, actually, we're gonna have to require a certain amount of screening. What we're actually showing, though it's schematic, we've embellished it in that with the trees that you see from those photographs, we could actually cut that landscaping down to a lower level of screening. I've been advised by VAPCO that understanding that there is another site plan phase to this process, to work with the neighbors and the community to provide a buffer that would be adequate and you know, address their concerns.
In summary of that, are you saying that what's shown on this plan is more than what you believe the code requires?
Yes,
Okay. And the landscaping that's shown on this plan, is that inside or outside of the fence?
it is outside.
Okay. So if you were standing in the interior of the yard, you would first see a fence, and then outside of that, you would see the landscaping buffer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. That concludes my testimony. Obviously, if there are more detailed questions, I have no objection, but I did want to get that out there. Thank you.
okay, so anyone from the audience have any questions? And did that address your concerns, Mr. Helm? Go to the microphone.
Yes, sir. Could we define adequate, please? That was what I heard you say. I'm thinking like mature trees, shrubs. I'd just like to understand what adequate means, sir.
So what we would first do is comply with the county's landscaping requirement for screening. And then above and beyond that, we would work with you and your neighbors to provide additional landscaping to meet your concerns. Now, I will say this, the buffer that we've shown as the Class D buffer is above and beyond on the north side, what would typically be required.
I'm sure you're talking into this too, okay.
I'm sorry. And I know you had a question about nursery stock. We would install according to Carroll County requirements. They are not installed at maturity. There is a grow-in period.
Thank you, sir. This is new to me. Where could I find the definition of what a Class D buffer is? Is that in the planning and zoning website somewhere, or I hear
Mr.
what you're
Mathias,
saying. I believe you. I don't know what a
Can I
Class
address
D
Mr.
buffer is.
Helm, let Mr. Mathias answer that, and Mr. Mathias, I'm gonna rely on your expertise here, and please don't sugarcoat it.
I will not. If you go to the county's website, under Land and Resource Management, you can find under their programs, you will see landscaping, and the county's landscaping manual is available. in that link.
And Mr. Mathias, who is the staff person to contact on that?
Jonathan Bowman,
Okay, Jonathan Bowman.
Bowman, and the staff listing is also in that section of the county's website.
Thank you very much.
Not
Okay.
really.
Yeah, go ahead.
As far as they said, minimum trips from the yard to the holding facility, are they oversized trucks every time? Is there going to be a lead car with lights blinking 6 times a day, holding up traffic? I'm pretty sure it's always going to be an oversized truck.
And that's a Mr. Robertson question. Mr. Robertson, could you come to the microphone and answer that for us, please? And identify yourself for the record, again.
Sure. Gene Robertson, Evapco, Robertson. So to answer your question, the vast majority will be over-dimensional, but over-dimensional has different layers and what the requirements are for that. In the state of Maryland, less than 12 foot does not need an escort. What we're talking about moving is 11 foot, 11 and a half feet wide. So there will not be any lights, any escorts of that nature. It would just be the trucks with their wide load banners on front and back. Height-wise, we're talking height as well. I did a pole car route to ensure the height would be clear, especially the entry onto Kraus Mill Road from 194, and we are definitely well within. The height requirement there was easily 13.6 for legal height, so we're well within that at nature. And while I'm up here, if you don't mind, the gentleman on the board asked about, and someone else asked about the low charge within the Evapco equipment. It is nitrogen. It's a low charge nitrogen, about 12 PSI. That is in the Evapco equipment that is stored. So, and that is to keep condensation from and rusting from within the equipment. So.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Any other questions? Board members, Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, Mr. Mathias.
Good morning.
I have a question about the location of the storage yard. And looking at the Exhibit 7,
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
just a quick question concerning that. There are red marks on the, coming down the, I would say it's if we're looking north here on this map. This is where there's a single property on that side of Kraus Mill Road opposite the conditional use area.
Yes, sir.
Now, on that Exhibit 7, there were red lines, does that represent the floodplain area?
No, sir, that represents what, again, we did a very preliminary stream buffer analysis.
So that's stream buffer.
Yes, sir.
So in the case of extreme weather, that could be flooded.
It would be saturated. I
Saturated.
don't believe it would be, I don't believe it would be
Would be
flooded.
flooded. But it would render use of any of that area difficult for storing metallic equipment.
And really, that's why we have it set back. As you can see, it's set further back from where the stream buffer, you don't see it on that plan, but the access drive goes through that area, and then the contractor storage yard is behind it.
Okay, so I was just trying to figure out the reason the conditional use area is in one corner, but you've explained it, that you've got wetlands across the northern portion, which you're gonna have to address any disturbance of that. Based on the location of this conditional use area, it doesn't appear to be any disturbance of wetlands,
Not for the yard itself.
not for the yard
The
itself.
access drive, there will be.
There will be, and that has to be addressed in
Yes, sir.
another place. Concerning the screening requirement around the facility, does that also, does the reference, was it section D or whatever it is, code for screening requirements?
I believe it's a class,
Class D, I'm
I believe
sorry.
it's a Class D, and that is, yeah, that is a more intense landscaping that would be required for this, based on, with those trees that are located along that side, we could cut it back to a lower landscape screening, but we proposed a more intense landscape buffer there to that adjacent property.
Okay,
And you can see it wraps around the front to match what would be facing the residents on the other side of the street.
okay,
That
which
would
is,
be-
which is more beneficial to the residents? Is it the city screening requirements or the county?
I believe the counties would be. The county actually reviews on behalf of the city of Taunton.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, and this, actually, I think I need a second bite of the apple. I think actually Mr. Robertson would answer this question. The question I have is, why 3 acres? Why not 1, why not 5, why not 8, why not, I'm trying to understand why 3 acres is what's being proposed. Is there a rational basis behind it?
I think that is more of a
Yeah,
Mr.
that is-
Robertson
Yeah, I was given,
question.
yeah, we originally started with 1, and as they started looking at the movement of the trucks and the amount of storage that they were gonna need, the 1 acre was clearly not sufficient. But I let Mr. Robertson.
If you have anything to add to what Jim just said.
Gene Robertson, Robertson. I don't have a whole lot more to add. 1 acre does not give us the amount of space required for the size of the equipment, and also for trucks to be able to load via the gantry crane and turn around successfully to move out. 3 acres gives us that ability to be able to confine everything within that space.
Understood, and if you were to look at this site, is 3 acres basically the largest site, the largest space you could locate that would work within the engineering of the site? Is that like the maximum size that you could get in there?
I think we could go larger, actually.
Okay, you've answered my question, thank you.
Any other questions? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Matthias. Ms. Miller, do you have another?
That concludes my testimony unless there are any additional questions that anyone has where it would make sense to recall someone. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now, as promised to anyone in the audience, this is the opportunity for you to go to the microphone and for you to go ahead and make your comments about the case testimony. Remain at the microphone so Ms. Miller can ask you questions of your testimony, and then the board will have the opportunity to ask questions of your testimony. So there's the microphone. Have at it, guys. Mr. Helm.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the good hand that Evapco seems to be offering and being a good neighbor. I also appreciate the board's questions as well. That has been enlightening to me. I don't know if the board has been through that area in depth. We do have a Amish farm about a mile or so up the road, and it seems they host church once a month to every 6 weeks, and there's a lot of buggy traffic through that on that Sunday. And knowing that the weekends would be maybe an occasional use, I just feel that's worth noting, that we do have those neighbors, we do have that traffic. And that also entails, I've seen a lot of their youngsters come by on some kind of scooter, something or other. So we do have that through as well. It's also a heavily bicycled area, especially on Saturday. It is not uncommon for my family to see a lot of bicycles, at times organized events. At other times, I would speculate we're on some kind of map or trail just based on the amount of, and I'm talking like cyclists decked out in gear, not just your casual kid riding around or someone pedaling a little bit. They at least present themselves as looking like it's a significant undertaking. And I did want to note as well the bus stop hours through that, which I appreciate Mr. Robertson's willingness to try and be attentive to. It's just, in the pictures, as my neighbor Mr. Hoover said, I believe, or Mr. Gardner, while they're very accurate of the site, I mean, that is the site, there's just a couple things going on a little further out on either end that I just wanted the board to be aware about, and I appreciate your time and thought processes in this decision-making. Thank you, sir.
Any questions, Ms. Miller?
I do not, thank you.
Board members? The only thing I want to say is I haven't seen you in years, and I was friends with your brother many, many years ago. So tell Scott I said hi.
I sure will, sir.
You were just a little kid when we were friends. Okay, any other testimony? Okay, Mr. Garner.
This has been very informative, and I appreciate the invitation to come here today. I hope the board at some point in time goes out and visits the site. We're very fortunate. We live in one of the nicest neighborhoods in the Tawnytown area. And to see all this agricultural land around us is just beautiful. I see deer out in the fields every day, turkey in my backyard. It's beautiful. Like Mr. Helm said, there's Amish buggies going up and down the road almost daily. It's a beautiful area to live, and I feel like changing this from agriculture to commercial is going to greatly impact the quality of my life. I feel like it's going to devalue my home. So I've got a lot of concerns about those areas. But thank you for your time.
Ms. Miller, any questions of Mr. Hoover, of Mr. Gardner's testimony?
No, thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Board members? Thank you very much. Any other testimony? Okay, no more testimony. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller.
Good morning. I think we are still morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think that as the board is aware and has conducted the site visit, that a lot of times that speaks volumes as well. I also hope that through Mr. Mathias's showing of where these property lines are, it did depict how unique this property is. It's unusual, at least in my experience, to have a property that's bisected twice, one by a county-owned and maintained road and one by a rail line. I think that the testimony, or I would assert to you that the testimony that you heard here today does support the variance standard. This property is burdened greatly by some environmental features. You saw through applicant's exhibit 7, and Mr. Caldwell asked some specific questions about the stream buffer area. You also heard through Mr. Robertson's testimony that the west side of Kraus Mill Road, straight across from the exact site requested, has power lines that run down that entire side of the road. So although Evapco does own that entire portion across the road, all of that would be subject to moving, relocating those power lines to access that portion, and inherently would then create additional disturbance of that area, which I would assert to you is not in the interest of the community if it can be avoided. This property is, I'll say, also unique because it is within Tawny Town's comprehensive plan. This property has been designated by the city of Tawny Town as appropriate for future industrial use. Now, I understand that we're here before Carroll County under Carroll County zoning laws, but I do think it's an important note to mention. It was also mentioned in the county's planning staff letter that you saw introduced as part of the beginning of the file. And you also saw a little bit of a description of that in the letter that was introduced by Mr. Dixon from Mr. Wieprecht at the city of Tawnytown as well, with the town's support of this request. Practically speaking, I think it's important to look at the request here today and the minimal impact that it is requesting. I hate to use the same word in the same sentence twice. But this site, Evapco really took into consideration, and all of the testimony you heard was that part of the reason this specific portion of the site was chosen for this is because it does minimize the impact to the site. It does not require taking down existing trees or any of the existing natural buffer that exists out there. Evapco, and I appreciate everyone's involvement here today, I really do. We had a really nice opportunity for a conversation before the hearing, and everyone has been more than cordial that has come out in response to this hearing. And I think that that's also a representation of some of their past dealings with Evapco itself. Evapco does want to be a good neighbor to everyone in Tawnytown. They are, as you heard Mr. Robertson testify to, they are a global manufacturer with headquarters in Tawnytown. It doesn't really matter to you how unique the business is, but I'll say it because I think it is important to this case that this is a unique contractor equipment storage yard request. This is not your average contractor equipment storage yard that you're seeing come in across Carroll County. This is for a global manufacturer of these HVAC heating cooling units. And so this is, because of that, we're seeing fully manufactured units being stored on a site and a few trips a day at most from a site during very controlled hours. We're not seeing 10 workers show up on a site, load into trucks, load up equipment, leave the site. I would submit to you that in contrast to the other contractors' equipment storage yard cases you've seen, many of which, if not all of which, require some sort of distance variance as well, this is pretty low impact in use. This is, through Mr. Robertson and Mr. Mathias's testimony, that increased landscaping buffer that Evapco is willing to provide, that just speaks a little bit more to Evapco's willingness and desire to work with the neighbors. They were aware that some of the concerns were about lighting, and that is part of that was taken into consideration in deciding that they were not requesting lighting as part of this. They also don't think that they need lighting because this is truly just during the daytime hours. As you heard, sunrise to sunset, so there's no need to have light, and it's a concern of the neighbors if there were to be light, and so therefore the hard answer no was no, we do not want site lighting here. I'm comfortable offering some conditions. I've spoken with some of the neighbors prior to the hearing and heard some of their concerns, and I think it might go a long way to answering some concerns to have this board place some specific conditions if this board is willing to grant an approval here today. So I would suggest to you that some of the following as conditions of approval to satisfy any lingering concerns that there are. One of which is that there be no site lighting as part of this. One of which be that the hours of operation be limited from 7 to 6 Monday through Friday with a very occasional Saturday. And the third of which I think is pretty clear through testimony, but I would have no problem offering it as a condition, which is that there's no manufacturing to be conducted on this site. This site is purely for storage. I think that would also eliminate any concerns that residents have about any noise on the site or if this site were to be used differently in the future. So those are the three conditions, and I know that this board understands that if those are placed on a decision, that is something that the zoning administrator then has the ability to enforce. And so I think with those, that is a way to address some of the neighbors' concerns that we have spoken about. So with all of that being said, I do think this case clearly meets the Schultz v. Pritz standard for a conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard. There are minimal trips a day. This is just a storage location. There is no office space. There are no restrooms. There is no manufacturing. There is no other movement of equipment, really. It is truly a space where units can be offloaded from a truck using one type of equipment and then loaded back onto a truck and transported from the site. All of the traffic testimony you heard today from Mr. Robertson and Mr. Mathias are that this site can support and these roads can support those minimal trips. As you all know, this will be required to go through a site development plan process if and when it is approved by this board. And so all of those explicit criteria will be required to be met. If you look at the site photos that were presented in evidence, you will see, and you probably did from your site visit as well, that this location was also chosen because it has good site distance. The access point has good site distance, but that will be thoroughly examined through a site development plan process, and it will have to meet certain criteria in order to be approved through that process. So with that, I would request that this board grant the contractor's equipment storage yard, the area variance, and the distance variances that are requested today. Like I said, my suggested conditions to alleviate some concerns would be no lighting, Monday through Friday, 7 to 6, with an occasional Saturday operation during the same hours, and no manufacturing on site. Thank you very much.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Okay, go ahead. I was giving Mr. Snyder a hard time.
I was looking away.
I know you were. Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much to everybody for coming out here today and for giving testimony. Very much appreciated. And to help us come to a decision on this. One thing that was not mentioned by Evapco was the use of their existing space, if there's any of that was available for storage of equipment. But looking at the fact that they purchased this 7 years ago with a view for expansion, I presume that the cost of trying to rearrange what they have right now is far more than the cost of building an additional yard. So I'm sure that they've factored that into their consideration. The only other thing I would like to add to this, I think Ms. Schaefer-Kelly quantified the conditions, but I'd like to add one about enhancing screening in cooperation with the affected homeowners. I think that needs to be part of the conditional use approval to make sure that they're happy with the screening, that we're not just saying, it's going to meet this code requirement. I'd like to put that into the approval to meet with and satisfy the homeowner's needs. If it can be done, if they can agree on a reasonable.
Yeah, that's a site plan.
Yeah, I mean, the
Really
point
a
is,
site, because we're looking
who's
at.
standard?
What we're looking at is the conditional use, request for conditional
Right.
use, and that's really a site plan issue. They've testified to that, and
Can we memorialize it in some way that they,
Yep, but the point is, you
it's,
say enhance, but by whose standard? What I'm saying is it one
Well,
tree,
and
is it
that's-
12? Yeah,
and
it just isn't.
we can only go as far as the code. I mean, that's, because what, it's only a conditional use for contractor equipment storage yard. So the site plan will address those issues. And I understand your concern, Mr. Caldwell, but the site plan and what Mr. Bowman will require, and they said, they testified to, and we can't put any more teeth into it, I don't think. They testified that they would be working with the community, and Mr. Mathias testified that the area closest to the homes would have enhanced, so it would go beyond the code. So again, because we're looking at the conditional use, that's really a site plan and a technical review committee.
All right, well, seeing nods from Mr. Robertson and Mr. Mathias, I'll take that as their willingness to engage with the community to satisfy their needs. So, I don't have any other thoughts on this. I think the board, the applicant has made their case, and I'd be willing to approve it.
Mr. Snyder, I'm gonna go ahead of you.
Please do.
To take the pressure off of you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Number one, contractor storage yard in the ag zone in Carroll County is a catch-all. I mean, it is an absolute catch-all from a landscaper that has one pickup truck, one trailer, and one mower and 3 weed whackers, who's got it in his grandmother's barn. That's contractor storage yard. We've seen that. We've also seen real contractor storage yards, with 10, 20 trucks, heavy equipment. We've seen it all. This is less intensive than other contractor storage yards that we've approved in the county. Having said that, if this was annexed into the town of Tawnytown, this ground would no longer be agriculture, guys. This would be industrial. And I don't know what the process would be through Tawnytown, but they could be a whole lot more intensive than what they're requesting here today. There was no objection from Tawnytown. It absolutely meets Schultz v. Pritz, because would this have more impact at this location than any other ag location in the county? I don't see that as being an issue. The site, the floodplain, the on-site amenities dictates the need for the distance variances. So it couldn't be located in another part of the property to avoid the variances required from the residences. And so therefore, it has to go where it is. The no lighting landscaping plan is shown as above and beyond the county code. There was sensitivity to the bus scheduled, and you know, I would hope that we don't have issues with that. And Mr. Helm, get their information before you leave here today in case there are issues. If it was if it was annexed, it would be industrially zoned. So they're the things that I have. Mr. Snyder, did I leave you speechless, or you still?
Oh, no, I'm always speechless when you go first. Anyway, with that said, and again, just for the record, I just want to make sure we're clear, because I do read the verbiage, and I know the answer, but I want to ask council one item, and that is,
No, you can't ask.
under 158,
This council, I'm sorry.
our council.
Yes.
Okay. Under 158, 173, it says, contractor equipment storage may be authorized by conditional use in the agricultural district, subject to the following requirements. 1, the area within which each use is located shall not be no more than 1 acre in size. And it says the minimum area of the property on which each use is located shall be 5 acres. Now, I believe we have the ability to make it, to basically say we can approve a 3-acre one, but the way that's written makes me feel the only authority we have to approve is within those parameters.
No, you can increase.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're speaking the right, because I read the verbiage and that's kind of a little iffy the way it's written. Thank you for that. On the flip side, there's several things that influence my decision here. One being, from all living in the county my entire life, I've always seen Evapco as a good neighbor. They're contributed to the area. They have been a good neighbor. I've not heard of any issues with their operations up there negatively impacting. If anything, quite the contrary. Secondly, and probably more impacting, is Tawny Town's viewpoint of the use of this land, and has been identified as ultimately possibly being if it is ever annexed and be rezoned in industrial, which would be much more intense than what we're asking for here. This is very subtle use compared to industrial, notwithstanding the traffic and all that goes with that. Based on those two items, and the fact that there's no lighting, which was really a big issue with me, and how that impacts the neighborhood, and then the enhanced screening that was discussed, or the creating a visual barrier to maintain somewhat the viewpoint of the agricultural zone from the road, I would support approving.
Ms. Eckert?
I don't think I have anything to add. You guys have covered everything.
Excellent job by council.
Okay. I entertain a motion, guys.
I'll give you one if you want.
Okay.
In case number 6469 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard of 3 acres and multiple variances with the following additional conditions: no site lighting, operation from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday with occasional Saturdays, subject to the state highway rules and regulations, no manufacturing on the site.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which would be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board, and the board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you, and we're going to take about a 10-minute break before our next case. We call the BZA meeting to order, and our case before us is McDaniel College. It's a request for a conditional use for a classroom and research facility and a driveway with variance. Case number 6471. Mr. Dixon, could you please introduce the file?
Case 6471, a request for conditional use for a classroom and research facility and a driveway with variance. The site is located at Stone Chapel Road, at Stuller Road, Westminster, Maryland, on property zone A, agricultural district and election district 7 by McDaniel College, Inc., Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, section 158.071.01 and 155.051. C2, a site visit is tentatively scheduled for September 20th, 2023 at approximately 9:45 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris Permits and Inspections. A change of use permit is required for the existing Morehouse A building. A building permit is required for each new building. In addition, the site shall be in compliance with the Maryland Accessibility Code. Is a September 13, 2023 letter from Christopher Hahn, P.E. Secretary to the Planning Commission. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a September 13, 2023 memo from Bureau of Comprehensive Planning. The above BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. The planning staff finds this request for conditional use and variances is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. Hearing notice for this case was posted in the newspaper September 4th, 2023. Hearing notice was posted August 24th, 2023 by Inspector Scott Robinson. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management, and there's an attached sheet from Patrick Varga. Forest and conservation may need to be addressed. Grading plan and limits of disturbance, among other things. There is a response from, to Joe Vance's request from Jay Voigt, zoning administrator. Comments? No comments. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan is to be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. S230008, awaiting initial submittal. There is a response from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in preservation at this time. I have no further comments. Then there is the application. There is a July 27, 2023 letter from Samuel K. Weisbaum to the board. plans from Carroll Land Services, Inc. And plans from, a plat from CLSI. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Seconded.
We're moving and seconded to move the file into evidence. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We'll move the file into evidence. Before we get started here this morning, I would ask if you have any electronic devices, please go ahead and put those on mute. And if you're here for this case, the clipboard is over there, and I see some of you are in the back there for the next case, but make sure that you sign in on the appropriate sheet on the side. And when you leave here today, make sure that you leave by the same door that you came in, so at the end of the day, they're not trying to track you down in the building. If you plan on testifying here today in this case, could you please stand and take the oath? Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Very good. You can be seated. And before you give any testimony, when you go to a microphone, and I'll remind you, please state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the legal counsel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Sam Weisbaum on behalf of the applicant, McDaniel College.
Let me excuse me for a minute. A lot of new faces in the audience. You weren't here for the previous proceeding. The procedure we're going to use today, and that we use for all of our meetings, is the legal counsel for the applicant will go ahead and give opening comments. He will then go ahead and call witnesses. After the witnesses provide their testimony, you in the audience will have the opportunity to ask them questions of their testimony and of their testimony only. The board will have the same opportunity. After legal counsel is finished with their witnesses, then each one of you that wants to can go to the microphone and offer your own testimony. So again, it's just questions of the testimony that the applicant may provide. So that's our procedure. There'll be a summation, comments, and then we as a board will deliberate. Okay, sorry,
No problem.
I didn't realize that I hadn't done that for this audience.
So, Sam Weisbaum on behalf of McDaniel College, the applicant here, we are seeking a conditional use for a school of an agriculturally,
And spell for the record your last name.
sorry, Weisbaum, and the applicant is seeking a conditional use for a school of an agriculturally zoned property, as well as with variances with respect to driveways stemming from parking lots or parking facilities. We believe that the Schultz v. Pritz standard is met here unequivocally with respect to the conditional use the college intends to pursue at the property, and that other standards of the code and Maryland case law are met with respect to the variance and the unique nature of the property itself, and the relatively low impact and undue hardship that it would cause to not grant such a variance request at this time. And we believe that ultimately the requests that are being made here by the applicant are more in line with the preservational purposes of the agricultural zoning overlay than to require compliance with the, at least with respect to the variance itself, the width variance. The granting the variance would be more in line with the goals of agricultural preservation of the natural land of Carroll County. And so we intend to present that case.
Okay. You want to call your first witness?
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Eric Simon, the Vice President and CFO of McDaniel College.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Eric Simon, Vice President and CFO at McDaniel College. Simon, S-I-M-O-N. I reside at 29 Legacy Drive in Owings Mills, Maryland. My role at the college is I oversee the day-to-day operations. I've been there for about 2.5 years.
And Mr. Simon, have you been to the site in question before?
Yes, I've been out to the site many times.
Okay, and are you familiar with the college's intended use for the site?
Yes.
And what, can you give me a description of what the purpose of the site would be used for by the college?
The site will be in line with the major of studies that we offer at the college that deal with agriculture and environmental sciences. So that would be the purpose of the improvements to the site.
And so, just to clarify, the use would be strictly associated with classes or field research or lab work for McDaniel College students. Would these be students, introductory classes, or about how many students might we expect in a class that would utilize the facility?
So we anticipate that we will have the students on the site maybe once or twice a week. There will be two purposes. One, there's the site where we will offer students the opportunity to grow a variety of different things, a variety of vegetables. We also offer the students the opportunity to do some of the work, I would say the work around the site that deals with some of the trees and some of the ground pieces, and to study those pieces. But what we're also looking to do is to offer an opportunity for the students to also have some classroom discussion. So in addition to being able to work the site and to do a variety of different things, we also want to provide space to have some form of instruction. Currently, without the improvements to the site, then we will offer the students an opportunity to come to the site and do some work, but then they will also have to travel back to class on the main campus in order to have what we would call official instruction in terms of like the lecture piece. Currently, we do not have space on the site to fulfill that purpose. So,
Mr. Simon, are you familiar with the drawings I've just placed up on the screen here?
I am.
And so these are renderings that have not been fully fleshed out into any full plan, but can you tell me what these are meant to show a general plan for?
Yes. So if you look towards the right, the far right of the drawing, what you will see are two classroom types of spaces. One is more of a lab type space where you have a fewer amount of students sitting at a table and a larger table, so that's where you can actually do some of the work that will be assigned by the instructor. At the top space, that is also another classroom that can serve as more of a traditional lecture style type of space, but it also offers the opportunity to do some lecture work as well, some lab work as well.
And outside of these classroom uses for research and field work, including, planting and adding to the premises and the vegetation thereon, will there be any other uses by the public or otherwise commercial uses that the college makes available to the community for the site? Any scheduled tours or admission fee or anything that one could gain access to the site, during business hours, any time of day?
No, the site is not used for that purpose.
Okay, and I believe you mentioned occasional field trips with local organizations, schools, churches. Are those things that would be happening frequently, or is that something that's few and far between?
We occasionally receive requests from schools in Carroll County to come out to the site. It happens maybe once or twice a year, but it is not a frequent request.
And so with the intended plan for the site, once the development plans are in place and if this were approved, would you anticipate an increase, a material increase in the traffic or volume of occupants or entrants onto the facility or the use of the facility beyond its current existence?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. I have no further questions for Mr. Simon.
Okay, now, anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Simon's testimony? Again, questions of his testimony. Go ahead and go to the microphone.
To state my name,
Just name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Wendy Bray, 1634 Stone Chapel Road, New Windsor. My occupation is, I manage our property, our farm.
And spell for the record your last name.
B-R-A-Y. My question is regard to the number of students. I think the question was asked, but I'm not sure I heard the answer. In terms of the anticipated number of students that would participate in classroom instruction, et cetera, how big does that classroom have to be, and how often is that going to be used? And then my third question is there a policy, although he stated that there's not frequent requests for other people to visit the site, but is there a policy around who's able to do that, what the requirements are, and so forth? My concern would be that, this would become more of a routine occurrence, and that, there's no limit in terms of how often people can come, how many people can come. I'd like to understand how that's going to be managed.
Mr. Simon, did you get all those questions? Wait a minute, stay there at the microphone.
So I have classroom space size. I have total number of students, I'm assuming per class or just in general?
For any given class, what's the maximum number of students that could be, accommodated is the word, I guess, yes.
Okay.
The drawing looked like there was a significant number of class size. Yeah, that. I don't understand what that drawing represents, how big that is.
Well, that would be a question. I'm assuming Mr. Hackett is going to be a witness a little bit later in the process.
Okay.
So, Mr. Simon, could you go ahead and address those questions?
Sure. Thanks for the question. In terms of the actual number of students is contingent on the number of majors that we have. It's important to say that this is this is not your typical history or English type of class. These are students who are devoted and interested in working in agricultural and environmental types of work. In terms of the actual class size, you can anticipate anywhere from 5 to 10 students when there is a class in session. Maybe more if it was to grow, but typically it's about 5 to 10 students. If you look at the drawing, just to offer some context, this is a classroom. The bottom is a classroom as well. It's also important to note that we are also looking at the drawing in terms of scale. There is a possibility that we may reduce the size of the space as we continue to move forward with the design given cost. But if you move to the left of the drawing, you see that this is a lounge space. There's some restroom and storage space. We obviously have to have storage space for materials and different things there. There's also a conference room space. We do have roughly about 3 to 5 faculty members who may be on a site for various purposes throughout the week, either conducting their own research or working with the students in some type of capacity. And then that is it. The actual size of the space that we intend to build will be tied to the code in regards to there are specific rules about how large a space needs to be. So as of right now, we don't have to find out details for that, but we do not intend to overbuild or to build a large facility, no.
Okay, and then my other question was around access to visitors and other, what do you anticipate using that facility for beyond just classroom instruction? You indicated there's a lounge, there's a conference room. Is that going to be open for other uses besides the 6 students that major in environmental studies?
well, there's more than 6.
You said 5 to 6 students.
No, 5 to 10. And so the best way to explain it is that in addition to classroom space, we have to give students spaces to study. So if you think about students who after class who may actually want to take some time to read or to prepare for a class, prior then we have to provide time for that as well. You can't always use that as the classroom in that purpose. And as of right now, there is no intent to operate in a commercial capacity. If you're inquiring if we're going to allow the public to use the space, currently there are no plans to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Simon's testimony? Wait.
My name is Bruce Snyder, 1301 Somerset Court. I'm a retired concrete construction superintendent, and my last name is SNYDER.
Thank you.
My question to the two gentlemen at the table is, do they have any knowledge of the real intention of Mr. Singleton and Mrs. Matthews for the farm in his will, original will?
Is this an appropriate question based on Mr. Simon's testimony?
This is based on the use of this property with the proposed drawings that I'm looking at, the amphitheater, and the different things that are on the drawings. I need to know if they're aware of Mr. Singleton's wishes for the property.
And if you don't know the answer, just simply state, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, that's,
And it was stated by him, it was supposed to be in his original will. But I worked with him for several years, and I know what that property was supposed to be intended for. And it was left to the college. The original was John Hopkins and Western Maryland. Hopkins didn't want to participate in it because it was too far from their Baltimore campuses. Western Maryland College bought it out. The property was never to be developed.
wait a minute, let me interrupt. What you're doing is you're giving testimony, and we will, I promise you, we will give you the opportunity for testimony. And Mr. Simon, can you answer the question about the previous owner and their intentions?
I cannot answer that question at this time. I am unsure of the original intent dating back to the Singleton. I do know that we are in possession of all the documentation in terms of the purchasing of the properties, but I am unsure of the content that this gentleman is sharing. And
Okay.
also, just to note that we are no longer building an amphitheater. Those drawings are conceptual. If you think about renderings, it is a concept, is a high-level thinking about what you would like to build in a perfect world. We have already started to work through some of the details, and I can assure you that an amphitheater is not a part of the current project thinking.
Okay. So, Mr. Snyder, I promise you, you have the opportunity to give that testimony. Okay?
Thank you.
Now, I believe you had a few questions. You have questions of Mr. Simon's testimony? Yes, yes, right there next to the microphone. Please go to the microphone, state your name, address, and spell for the record your last name.
Thank you for your giving us the opportunity to really operating professionally. Really appreciate it. My name is Thomas Hopkins, PhD, that is Hopkins, Dr. Thomas Hopkins, formally. I, too, knew Dr. Singleton, Professor Singleton at the time. Oh, the address is
Yes.
1634 Stone Chapel Road, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776-8810.
Okay.
And
Again, Mr. Hopkins, Dr. Hopkins, questions of his testimony, okay? Because I promise you, you'll get the opportunity for your own testimony.
My concern is the history of the property since McDaniel College has had ownership, and their behavior and our ability to
But
trust.
wait a minute, Dr. Hopkins, so a question, okay? That's testimony.
Well, our question I have is, again and again, this is sort of what this is going to be. And it requires a lot of care dealing with water. I didn't hear anything about watershed or moving earth, or I'm an ecological scientist, discovered how fireflies work. So what? This is what we're looking at, the buildings. And the question is, we have been at the site recently, and that's not the only building that has happened in the last 20 years.
Again, Dr. Hopkins, you're providing testimony, so any questions?
No, the question is, since there are already structures that have been built without a variance with what's called impervious watershed, in other words, asphalt or whatever, this building is impervious. It runs off water. I want to know what's going to be happening to that water. Does it fit the requirements of the watershed plan?
Okay, and Dr. Hopkins, what we as the Board of Zoning Appeals do is this is a property in the agricultural zone, okay? So we have several zones in the county. This is the ag zone. And this is a request for a conditional use. This isn't a permitted use, otherwise we wouldn't be here, for a classroom and research facility and the variances on the driveway width. So anything that you just brought up, that would be taken care of in future hearings, whether it be the technical review committee, whether it be the planning commission that actually looks at the plan. We're not here approving this plan that's there, that's shown for, we're not approving this plan. We are only approving the conditional use, which allows them to have the classrooms in the agricultural zone. That's all we're doing. So site plan stuff, that's not our purview.
Okay, I misinterpreted the letter said.
Well, and that's fine. Is this your first time you've been before the Board of Zoning Appeals? Then you have an excuse. Even if it was your 10th time, you have an excuse, okay?
Thank you, I will wait.
Okay, and you can give testimony later, I promise you.
Thank you.
I will not stifle you at that point, but right now it needs to be questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody have any more questions of Mr. Simon's testimony? Okay, board members.
One question, if I may. It was a very protracted answer you gave relative to the maximum number of people that would be at the site at any given time. Can you give us a parameter of what that would be?
There will be roughly about 3 to 4 faculty who may be doing something on the site at any particular time. If for most of the lab-oriented type work that will be occurring on the site, it will be in small groups. For example, one of the faculty members now who is working on growing vegetables and different things, she typically has a lab of about 3 to 6 students at any given time. So that will be I guess if you were looking at it in terms of what the lab work would be, it could be roughly 5 to 10 students at any given time. If we were to have an actual classroom site, that would be in addition to. Typically, the faculty who teach the labs also teach the classrooms, so it wouldn't be in addition to. It would be an either-or situation, so you could have either 5 to 10 students doing lab, or you could possibly have maybe 10 to 15 students who may be sitting in a classroom.
So if I can ask the question again, I appreciate all the caveating because you don't really know for sure, but I'm just asking a really straightforward question. What's the maximum number of people that will be on the site at any given time?
That's a difficult question to answer. I would say 20.
That answers my question. Thank you.
May I redirect?
After we're finished, okay? Ms. Eckert? Do you have any more?
No, I was just trying to get to a clear answer.
While she's thinking, what transportation, how is that gonna be provided by the college to get out there, or will they be driving personal vehicles?
It's a combination. So some students drive, and then we also have a shuttle van who takes students out to the site.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, if I may. Perhaps you can't answer this, but how many parking spots are going to be there? Maybe we can get a handle on the number of people that are likely to be there at any one time.
Again, that would be site plan.
Site plan? Okay.
Yeah, that would be determined by the code.
Okay.
Ms. Eckert?
Well, they have to submit the site plan. We know how many parking spaces they're submitting in their?
You haven't submitted a site plan yet.
We have not.
Yeah.
Mr. Hackett could probably answer that, I'm guessing. I'm guessing
Okay,
Mr. Hackett.
I'll allow, we normally don't go back to the audience, but please go to the microphone, state your name, your address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
It's my first time too, so.
Okay, we're good.
My name is Kim Hefner, Heffner, at 1750 Stoller Road, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776.
Okay, and your question,
My question was, you kind of asked my question, so I live my house will be right next to where the Singleton Road currently is, but you asked my question, but I wanted to elaborate. So if there's, let's say, 5 to 6 or 5 to 10 students and a couple faculty, I've never seen a shuttle bus. I see school buses. So I guess my question is it going to be, are you anticipating them to be, it can't possibly be more than one school bus if it's 5 to 10 students, I would think faculty. And then also, is faculty's, I know right now, or in the original purpose, the faculty was supposed to be living back there. Are there still going to be housing for the faculty or professors back there? I guess my one question regarding this is the traffic pattern and the buses and who's going to be driving down that road. Do we have a?
Mr. Simon, can you answer her questions?
Sure. In the past, well, over the summer, as we are introducing, we are welcoming freshmen, we do take them to the site to do some work around the property. We have used a school bus in the past to take the students out there as volunteers to help around the site. So yes, in regards to the question about whether a school bus has been seen, that is in fact the case. In terms of the question about a faculty member living on site, there is currently a faculty member who does live on the site. His job is to maintain the site and make sure that we are doing what we need to do to be compliant. And was there a third question?
No, I guess that goes back to the original intent of this space. Is it going to be, if they're widening the driveway and a pullover, is it going to be, should we expect the visits to be several school buses or several cars or a shuttle bus? I'm just assuming from what you just said, if it's 5 to 10 students and a couple faculty, maybe a shuttle bus at the most? Guessing? A couple days a week?
So, to clarify, we have a shuttle van. We don't have a shuttle bus, which is much smaller. students have the option where they can drive themselves or they can seek a ride from the campus. Most students drive themselves or they drive together. Does that help?
Okay, that helps, yeah, and I guess that the site, what you were mentioning, site plan is where you would talk about where they're gonna park.
We
and all
we
that.
don't get into particulars of parking spaces and the location of the parking lot. We're only looking at the conditional use.
Melvin, just one more question, if I may. I'm
No, go ahead, Mr. Snyder.
Last question, because we're kind of focusing on driveways and parking lot and an actual, space within the building. How is the outside of the property envisioned to be utilized in conjunction with the school? As far as activities, space used, and so forth, there has to be a vision, I'm sure, in that. If you could share that with the group, I appreciate it.
Well, as of now, the vision is to provide a space for students that are interested in environmental sciences to conduct research. It's also a space for faculty to conduct their research. And those are the two primary points. We would like to obviously be a resource for schools, local schools, if they want to take students out to the site. But there is no aspirations to build a commercial space on the site. Our interest is purely to support our academic programs and the research of our faculty, staff, and students. We do have students on the site all year round doing research and looking into a variety of different things, and that is why we pursued funding for this effort.
If I could follow up on that question, I appreciate that you don't envision it being any semblance of a commercial space.
Mm-hmm.
I take that for face value. But you're using the word research, and I'm trying to understand what research means. Can you, give me an idea when you say research, what are we talking about with research?
That's a fair question. We have faculty who work with students on growing a variety of different vegetables. We have a department, because I'm not a science faculty, but we also have a creek that goes through the site, and so occasionally we take students out there to look at that creek and to talk about the various things there. There is a wetlands on the site, and so we obviously offer students the opportunity to take a look at that and see it and understand it. In other words, to cross-reference what they're learning in class to actually see it in person. There are restrictions on geese, and we do have geese who occasionally are on the site, and so we offer students the opportunity to see that. And so with the research piece, it is studying those things. It's not doing tests or anything, like in that research sense, but it's also trying to understand what a wetlands is, and then looking at it and studying how it evolves and grows and doesn't grow. So those are the type of labs and projects that the faculty do with the students. So that's the goal, is to ultimately support that interest, especially in this area on that site.
Understood. Thank you. So,
Mr. Caldwell.
Mr. Simon, you mentioned something about local schools. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, this past year, I believe is Gerstalt. Yes. They asked if they can bring their students out, their K through 12 students out to look at the site. I believe it was Carroll County. They also had some staff out there, and it was an opportunity to teach them about the land, how to preserve the land, things that happen to the land, and so that did take place this past April.
Okay.
And so that was I want to say the first time we've actually received a call from a school that said they actually wanted to bring some students out to look around. And so we wanted to support that. So we had some students.
Thank you.
Okay, this is really interrupting our process, but I'll allow. Go ahead. No, go to the microphone. If you have a question on Mr. Simon's testimony. No. Go to the microphone, because for the recording, we need to record every one of your words.
Hi, my name is James Prodell. I live at 1774 Stoller Road, New Windsor, Maryland 21776. Geico Claims Manager, retired.
And spell for the record your last name?
He is in Peter, R-O-D-O-E-H-L.
Okay.
So my question to the college, and first and foremost, I would say, I am very thankful for the college. We need more higher education throughout the country. So I applaud McDaniel College for their involvement in higher education. But my question is, to the college, you indicated that the student size on any particular day would be between a half dozen and a dozen. So that indicates to me that you are decreasing the number of participants in a program, because I personally, having backed up to the college, when I've seen them personally, is over 2 dozen. Then you have field trips for various students coming in from around the state. Not only do they bring one bus full of students, not only 2 buses full of students, but a 3rd bus. So you're talking a minimum of 20-plus students on these field trips. So you're looking at almost 3 dozen students that are on these school buses taking the property. Just something that, is that going to decrease in size? Thank you.
Wait, stay at the microphone. Go ahead, Mr. Simon.
I mean, that's a fair question. So let's talk about the school buses, because that's come up. Other than Gerstalt, the recent visit, the only times we've had school buses on the site is when we have taken students out to volunteer to do various projects around the site. We had a grant from the state of Maryland that supported growing trees and other items on campus, and so we have taken students from main campus out to the site to plant trees and various things. That grant has concluded, and so we don't anticipate doing that anymore. So that will answer part of it. Now, in terms of future requests from local schools, I'm not as familiar with Carroll County, but it's my understanding that there's another site that has trails that other schools use, because that has come up, and the preference to use that site. We do not receive many calls to visit the site. It is not a relatively large space that you can walk. We have a tree farm, and then we have a garden area. So to that end, if we do have visitors, it is a very specialized and very specific request. We don't anticipate many schools wanting to visit our site.
So you are decreasing the amount of classes?
Wait, go to the microphone, I'm sorry. Sorry.
So you are decreasing the amount of class size versus the
class size, please.
2 dozen that have been out there in the past couple of years?
Fair question. Class size will fluctuate. That's why it's hard for me to kind of put an answer on it. It's dependent on the student interest at that time. Right now, we have students who are interested in working with the environment and doing agricultural work, so we have more students. Whether that continues, it's kind of hard to answer that question. But so no, we are not decreasing the size. We're optimistic that we'll continue to keep where we're at and maybe even grow. But as of right now, that tends to be a niche major, and not, I mean, there often isn't, I don't know how to say this, it's contingent on the amount of students who want to study environmental sciences at that time, and that goes up and down over the course of time. Right now, we have a strong interest, which is why we are wanting to support that by adding classrooms to the site.
Okay. A question of his testimony. Okay.
Is this structure going to have a tenant? That means somebody who lives there or even temporary lives there? Are there other McDaniel people who are living on the property somewhere else maybe?
Is this
So
just
the question
classroom?
is, if there's going to be a tenant at this location, at this,
Location, is there going to be, living space?
No. No, there will not be a tenant that will live in that space.
okay. I think we're all done. Okay, Mr. Weisbaum, would you like to go ahead and call your next witness?
Yes, I'd like to call Martin Hackett.
Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hackett. Can you state your name for the record, please? Name, address.
Martin Hackett, Hackett, 439 East Main Street, Westminster, 21157.
And Mr. Hackett, I'd like to just qualify you here as an expert for purposes of this testimony. Can you give us a bit of your background in land planning and land zoning matters?
Mr. Weisbaum, we know how lengthy Mr. Hackett can be. We've seen his.
You're going to grandfather him in for me?
We will, yes.
Okay.
Based on his gray hair, we will grandfather him in.
Well, we appreciate that.
He has, for those of you in the audience, he has testified before this board many, many times. So what fields would you like him to be a specialist in today?
Today, we'll just go land zoning and land planning, and we'll keep it rather simple, given the nature of our requests.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Mr. Hackett, I'm showing you a site plan here. Are you familiar with this plan?
Yes, I am.
And did your, and what is your title with CLSI?
I'm the president.
Okay, and so CLSI prepared this plan, correct?
They did, yes.
Okay, I'd like to move to enter this plan as applicant's Exhibit 1.
Okay, and could you go ahead and approach?
Sure can.
Don't mind my hobble.
And we will accept that into evidence as applicant's Exhibit number 1. And this is what's being shown on the screen?
Correct, this is on the screen right now, though we may have a bit of a colored version of that on screen for everyone. And Mr. Hackett, have you been physically to the site as well?
Yes, I have.
And so you're familiar with the present improvement structures on the site?
Yes, I am.
And a gentleman asked previously about water runoff and many of the other considerations that will go into site planning. Based on your knowledge of the site, is there any reason to believe that further variances from any of those requirements would be requested in connection with this plan development?
It should not.
Okay, and we will, at the time of submitting a site plan, obviously, to the comments of the various agencies around Carroll County, make sure that those site plans are submitted with intent to comply with the code in all respects?
That's correct.
Okay, with respect to this site plan here, you're aware that the zoning for this parcel is agricultural, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that just a few years ago, a school's use of an agricultural zone would have been a permitted use under the county code. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with other schools in Carroll County that have had to apply for conditional use with respect to an agriculturally zoned property?
No, the private schools that I know of through the county were actually permitted prior to them making the overall text amendments that they made about 3-4 years ago. They did a general text amendment where they changed some of the text in the actual bulk requirements as far as the uses permitted conditionally, not at all, or permitted. And then, and this was one that was schools, churches. They were all permitted uses in the agricultural zone about three years ago or so. And then they got changed, and that's why we're here before you.
And so with respect then to any of those other parcels, notwithstanding that they may have not, that they were permitted and haven't necessarily sought a change of use, would you expect that the activity described here would be more, less, or about the same level of intensity as those schools' uses within agricultural zone?
Well, it's most likely going to be less intense because the schools that I'm referring to are complete schools. I mean, this is a classroom. This is an environmental program that you're going to have some classes, you're going to do some outdoor activities, and so on. Occasionally, yes, some elementary schools or high schools or whatever may come visit the site. There's other uses that are permitted right now in the agricultural zone that's a lot more intense, that would allow a lot more traffic and a lot more visitors. And I can go through that as.
And I assume you're referring to something, for example, as agro-tourism, or as an example. Can you give the board some examples of uses
Yes.
that would be permitted?
The commercial stables, that's a permitted use allowed within the agricultural zone. Any building or land used for the shelter or care of horses or other livestock, and they are kept for purpose of hiring, boarding, daily or overnight, breeding, buying, selling, trading for a fee, equines, teaching equestrian skills, and day camps related to those activities. That's pretty intense use that you could do, non-restricted, 24/7, basically. Obviously, you gotta get site plan approval.
Mr. Hackett, I told you the other day, my wife is probably going to bring me up to Carroll County sometime in the near future to go apple picking and hay riding. Is that a use that would be permitted under the code for this property?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the other sites that make use of these types of activities? Hay rides, apple
Sure.
picking. Are you familiar with the level of traffic that they bring in, and would that level of traffic be more, less, or equal to, a lab class that meets twice a week with 10 students?
It'd be a lot more traffic than what we're proposing.
And are you familiar with the Schultz-Pritz case standard for conditional use?
Yes, I am.
And do you believe that this use, if granted, would meet the Schultz-Pritz standard, and would there be any reason to think that otherwise?
It would meet the standard.
Okay, and would we expect that any of the intended development here shown on the site plan would have a materially adverse impact on the land, or would there be a way to accomplish it in a less adverse manner?
It will not have an adverse effect at this location as it would any other location. It's less intense use than a lot of the permitted uses that I'm describing, and there's more. And of course, there's conditional uses that are also a lot more intensive than what we're proposing.
With respect to, I want to move on to ask you about the driveway width variance. Can you point out with the mouse here, or if not, I can try to do that while you describe. Can you show me the driveway that we're talking about here?
Down in this location is the intersection we're proposing on Stuller Road. The existing driveway goes out to Stone Chapel. We can. Thank you. I'm technically challenged. The existing driveway is located here, and it's approximately 2,900 to 3,000 feet back to the parking lot location. Our proposed access is off of Stuller Road, a county road, from which we would go ahead and minimize another access point onto the Stone Chapel Road intersection.
And what is the reason for why we would be looking to create a new access point from Stuller Road?
Stone Chapel is a county road, and Stuller Road's a county road, and as we locate this on Stuller Road, we meet the width requirement through here. It decreases the length of the driveway approximately 400 feet or so. Therefore, from this point back, we're only about 2,500 feet back to the parking lot, so it's less driveway. It eliminates one of the access points on the Stone Chapel Road, which the intersection spacing obviously doesn't meet the criteria, and we feel that's a much safer access.
And when you say it doesn't meet the criteria, can you elaborate? What criteria does it not meet on Stone Chapel Road?
Intersection spacing. From this point to that point, you have two access points.
And that's a safety concern?
It makes it a safer situation. Not that there's a huge safety concern, but it's definitely a better situation where you can combine and eliminate access points. Especially at that point, it's a private drive. There's other private drives around off of Stone Chapel. This combines it to one location on the Stone Chapel off of Stuller.
And other than creating that new access point, there's not a creation of any new driveway. That access point is going to meet the existing drive that you just pointed out that was 2,900 or so, or 2,500 based on where. And just to be clear, the variance that we're requesting is, in fact, not to have to widen that driveway so as to not impact the land further than need be to create safe ingress and egress to the parking lot situated in the back of the property, correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with standards of the code and Maryland case law as to the basis for granting or denying a variance?
Yes.
And would you classify the length of this driveway as a unique condition with respect to the requirement to widen or make sure that it is 18 feet in width for the entirety of that driveway length?
That's correct. The entrance we propose to meet the width, just because of that, if there is a vehicle exiting and entering the property, you can clear the intersection and get it off the public roadway. As you go in, we're providing pullover areas strategically through the property where people can see significantly down the driveway and pull over if they need to, allow in the event that you actually have traffic going two different ways at the same time, which a lot of people, when they're coming to places like this, they're coming roughly the same time, class time, and they're leaving the same time. So a lot of times the direction is not, but we're providing more than what the normal code would require on a private type driveway. The entrance that we're proposing falls under a commercial entrance, and I mean, obviously the college is private, but yeah, it may be quasi-commercial, but the use and the intensity of the driveway is not meeting commercials, doesn't meet commercial standards, but we're proposing the entrance to.
And those commercial standards for driveway width, again, those are primarily the need to allow for two-way traffic on a property that does meet those commercial standards of intensity in terms of the volume of traffic that's going in and out of the property, correct?
Correct.
Based on Mr. Simon's testimony, were you present and did you hear Mr. Simon's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And based on his testimony and his description of the planned use for the property, I think you touched on this already, but just to be very clear for the record, would you anticipate that level of use, if we take it at face value, would amount to a level that would require such the two-way access or meet the level of intensity that the intended driveway variance is in place for?
I don't think you meet the criteria, and with the placement of our pullovers, I mean, it would certainly function as a two-way road. There's plenty of room to pull over. There's plenty of visibility each way to make that pullover maneuver to allow a vehicle to pass by.
And with respect to the pullovers, if there were concerns on the part of McDaniel College's neighbors with the location of any of the pullovers, I see that they're clearly marked here on the plan. Are those pullovers, are they set in stone, or is there some flexibility there to work with the neighbors to make sure that the location of the pullovers are in, as convenient as a location for their needs as possible?
There is flexibility of the location of those pullovers.
Okay. And so would there be a substantial burden either on the applicant or on the land itself to comply with the driveway width requirements for the entirety of this 2,500 or 2,900 foot driveway leading back all the way to the parking lot?
I mean, obviously, the increase of impervious area is going to go against the environmental type of atmosphere we're trying to keep. It's going to increase your stormwater management quantity needs. It's going to increase your stormwater management quality needs, requirements going through the site plan process. Trying to keep it back to nature is the goal, and we think we're achieving it in the best way to preserve the natural scenery out there.
Thank you, Mr. Hackett. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony? And again, his testimony, we're getting really close to your own testimony. Okay, Dr. Hopkins.
Is this proposed road going to have an impervious surface? You seem to indicate that.
The proposed road's going to have an impervious, so it's going to be paving.
And are other roads in the property going to be made impervious that are currently just dirt? In other words, are you planning to put more roads? You're just talking about one, but things tend to go, just like the fact that there are 12 parking spaces for students and a huge pavilion sitting right beside that accommodates for a lot of people.
As far as the paving goes, I mean, one, whatever we have on the site plan will be restricted to obviously build. That'll be under a public works agreement and so on. We're going to try to keep everything as natural as it can, but if we're being required to pave it through the county process, we're going to have to achieve whatever the requirements that we're going to have to be imposed on us. If there's no other roads.
Simply, are you aware of...
Go to the microphone, Mr. Hopkins, so that we can get your words recorded.
Are you aware of the runoff rate that occurs when there's very, very heavy rain and the impact of that on the pond that is shown on that diagram?
Sir, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand it.
Are you aware of where you said the road would be in this area?
The road is located in here?
No, you're proposing.
That's the road.
Right here. This is the area we're proposing the road. That's going to tie into the existing road right there at the curve.
And then we have a gate.
I'm not aware of any gate that's going to be there.
Just simply security. I want to know.
Mr. Simon, you
There's a
seem
proposed gate
anxious.
shown.
You seem
There's a
anxious to
proposed
answer
gate.
the question. Go ahead.
No, I'm,
Let me see it from there.
Identify yourself. I'm sorry.
my name is Eric Simon, Vice President at McDaniel. And on the drawing, on some of the renderings, we have looked at a gate because, again, going back to an earlier point, we have no intentions on being a public site. And so in order to limit anyone driving in the area from accessing the site, we have talked about putting a gate at the entranceway just to limit that or to prevent it altogether.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony? Okay. Ms. Bray.
Andy Bray. Just a point of clarification, so to change that entrance, will there need to be like an assessment of the impact on traffic on Stella Road? I know there's a bus stop there for children's school and other things. Is that part of the next step, as you said?
That would be part of the next step.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony? Board members? We're good. Thank you, Mr. Hackett.
Thank you.
Mr. Weisbaum, do you have another witness?
No, no more witnesses.
Okay, so as advertised and as promised, this is the opportunity for anyone in the audience to go to the microphone and give your testimony. But name, address, occupation, spell for the record your last name, and remain at the microphone so Mr. Weisbaum can ask you any questions and the board can ask you any questions. Mr. Sussman.
My name's John Sussman. 3046 Old Washington Road is my address. I own the farm that abuts up to the back end of McDaniel College. And my concern was with trespassers. I've had some issues in the past. My property is thoroughly posted, and when, this might even be a question, when have they looked at the property lines when they're talking about there's a stream goes through the property, there's wetlands that go through the property, and they're going to have children walking through all that? Will it be their end posted so they know exactly where the property lines are, that they do not trespass on my ground where we have agriculture ground there, and we are farming it? I've rented the farms out, and I'm just concerned about the trespassing that I've had troubles with before from the college.
And this isn't really question and answer, it should have been. Mr. Simon, would you like to address that?
I should have gotten up, you're right.
That's okay, Mr. Sussman. This, again, is your first time before the BZA, so you have an excuse.
There is no excuse.
Mr. Simon.
That's a fair question. This past year, we did get the property line restaked, and so we are clearly in the know of where the current property line starts and ends.
Okay, so you'll take steps to make sure that they know where the, because I guess it would be Nicodemus Road that separates your property from the college property.
We border both Stellar and Nicodemus.
Oh, Stellar and Nicodemus, okay.
Yeah, we're right there. And we had trouble with the line going down the Stellar end of.
Okay. So it is duly noted, Mr. Simon, correct?
Correct. We have restaked all of the property lines. We did that this past year.
Good, Mr. Sussman? And the other thing is, Mr. Simon, I would appreciate if you exchange information with Mr. Sussman. I said this in the previous case, in case there are concerns down the road, okay?
Your Honor, they will do that. You can be Your Honor if you like. They will do that and have done that. And that since Mr. Simon has come on board with the college, I think he's done a lot to open up those lines of communications, particularly with the neighboring folks of this parcel. And I know, because I've helped to draft certain correspondence specifically, that his door is open to them anytime.
Just on the record, I have not received anything about anything. This is the first time I heard about it when I got the letter in the mail from the county. This is the first. Not to clarify, I did not send any correspondence about this, because other than, properly noting the neighboring parcels in the application, knowing that they'd get notice. But Mr. Simon has held meet and greets, and we will, of course, get anybody that does not have his contact information.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Sussman's comments? Okay. Mr. Purdell.
Used to. Well, I just, again, my name's James Prodell, 1774 Stoller Road, New Windsor, Maryland. I just want to educate people on, especially Daniel College, as to where we're coming from, and I'm speaking for the neighbors on Stoller Road. Go back 2 years ago, on Route 27, you had a tractor trailer overturned with a full load of dog food. The state police shut down Route 27 for 8 hours. They directed traffic off of 27 up Nicodemus onto Stella Road, which is a one-lane road that goes both directions. Coming the opposite direction, the state police routed people up Stone Chapel onto Stella Road. So therefore, you have people meeting right in front of my house, pulling on my yard. I broke up 3 fistfights that particular day. 3. Luckily, it was just fistfights. I called the county. They said, you need to call the state police. I said, they're already here. They're not directing traffic. They said, well, go back and call the highway. I called them. They said, call the state police. Got the same runaround. Finally, the neighbors decided to pull all their cars down at the end of their property, park them on their grass, so people would not be running through our yards. That's my first issue with Stella Road. Number 2, you have 3 businesses operating out of Stella Road. You have 5K Construction, you have Lewis Concrete, and now you have the Crop Shop, which was a beauty salon that used to be here on Main Street that relocated to Stella Road. Now, 5K Construction and Lewis Concrete does not increase traffic volume that much. However, the Crop Shop, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, traffic triples on Stella Road. Now you're looking to put another business, McDaniel College, with an entry on the Stella Road. So now you will have 4 businesses entering Stella Road. How much more traffic can that road handle? When I first moved up here 18 years ago, that was not a county road. The county just took over that road about 5 years ago. So we need to look at actual volume of traffic on the road, which is increasing tremendously. The road is not handled to handle that much property. Number 3, you get these big buses in here that are going to unload students. How wide are they going to make that apron where they don't cut across? Because again, we're dealing with a single road in order to make that turn. Number 4, you got to be careful with the shoulders of the road. Not only do you have the power lines from BG&E coming up the road, you now also have Comcast, which has a tower down at the other end of Stella Road. So those are concerns when you go to examine it. How's that going to affect my electricity, my cable, things like that? Again, we started out with 8 houses. You just added another house at the end of Stella Road at Nicodemus, and there's proposed for another house at the Crop Shop. They've already marked off the property to give permits to build another house. So now you're going to go to 10 houses. Again, the road cannot handle that much volume. Thank you.
Wait a minute, stay there to the microphone, Mr. Prodell.
No questions.
Any questions? Board members, any questions of Mr. Prodell's testimony?
I'm just curious. You indicated that there were 3 other businesses on Stella Road?
There are 3 businesses, again, 5K Construction and Lewis Concrete, but they're very minimal.
Do you know if they are permitted or they have approvals to have those on
They
Stella Road?
just park their vehicles there. I know for a fact that 5K Construction operates out of that home. I'm not sure about Lewis, but the Crop Shop definitely, they took an old garage and converted it into a beauty salon. That's the one that has created an increase in traffic volume on that road. You get Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, traffic has tripled on that road. So again, you're talking a single lane road. You can't expand that road to the right because of all the underground power lines. And on the other side of the road is a farm that is leased out to Lippy Brothers, where they harvest, whether it be soybean, corn, whatever. And again, we're getting ready to get into harvest season when they bring in the tractor trailers to do the crops and stuff like that. Again, that's just additional volume of traffic on that road. The road cannot handle all that volume.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Anyone else to provide testimony? Mr. Snyder?
Yes. 1301 Somerset Court, retired concrete superintendent, and my last name is Snyder. The only thing I have to say is the college is proposing something that sounds really fantastic for the green energy people and all the renewable stuff and everything. But Mr. Singleton's original, and as far as I know, his final intention was that this property was to be a retreat for professors only. It was not for student activity. The first house you come to on the road as you come in was to be the study. I helped him a little bit in there. He had bookcases built in for tons of books. He was a well-renowned professor in the study of humanities. He had some published books, and it was his intention to give professors from all over who were interested in the humanities. They could have come from Italy, where he spent years studying and teaching, or around the country. He did not intend this property. It was a retreat only. It was not intended to be a classroom. Now, he was very much into agriculture. I helped him in his vineyard. The only thing that stopped him and Mowbray from producing wine up there was the health department and all the red tape. Mr. Singleton was not a red tape man. He followed the rules, but he didn't want to do paperwork and go with all the restrictions. So that's something I know for a fact. I actually cut a road into his woods for him because he was making a grotto, and he was going to put benches and things like that for the professors to have a quiet place to collect their thoughts and do stuff like that. And the college is going to come in, and this proposal here is just the beginning. They're going to come off with this. They're going to get federal grants to get more students because of the way everything is now with the green energy and all the environmental stuff. And before you know it, they'll be here again for more buildings, and it's never going to end. And this is just, like I say, in my opinion, it's a snow job. All they want to do is get this going, apply to the federal government for money, get the grants, expand. The 7 houses on Stuller Road should never have been put in. Mr. Singleton wanted no development of that property. The first thing they did was manipulate the will, and there's 7 houses there. So I know that for a fact. And it's not, I have nothing against the college, I have nothing against students, I have nothing against anybody. But I know they're not using this land as it was intended, and that's wrong.
Okay, stay to the microphone, Mr. Snyder. Mr. Weisbaum.
Mr. Snyder, I appreciate your testimony. A couple of quick questions. So I just want to be clear. Are you mentioned the will earlier. Are you stating that you have knowledge that the will states otherwise as to the specificity of teachers versus students' use of the property? Professors versus students?
Mr. Singleton stated to me several times it was to be a retreat for professors only. Now, what happened with the will and how it was presented to the lawyer, or what the lawyer did with it, how he interpreted it or reinterpreted it, I don't know.
Understood. And so is your concern here from your testimony that less the number of users of the property and more their classification as professors versus students? For instance, if I were to tell you that there was going to be a professor's lounge, which all 50 McDaniel professors would utilize daily, would that alleviate your concerns?
Because there was no development. There was the first house was the study. Mrs. Matthews' house was to be for the professors. It wasn't to be a circus there. And the main house was to be a meeting house where the professors collected their thoughts and collaborated together on all they were doing. This was not to be this expansive thing that the McDaniel College wants it to be.
And just to be clear, when you say this expansive thing that McDaniel College wants it to be, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the classroom activity, the buildings going in. It's just the beginning. You know it and I know it, so don't try to play games here.
I'm not playing any games, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, stay there, Mr. Snyder. Any questions of Mr. Snyder by the board? But you don't have any, Mr. Snyder, you don't have any direct knowledge of what was actually in the will?
No, I don't. I never got into, I helped Mr. Singleton in various things around his property, but I never, like, said, oh, I want to see this, or I want to see that document. I was never privy to that. I never asked to be privy to that.
Okay.
I took him for his word. He took me for my word, and that was it.
And Mr. Simon would like to address one point in response to one of the questions.
Absolutely. He has the opportunity to ask Mr. Snyder any questions. But speaking to the microphone, Mr. Snyder, or Mr. Simon.
No problem. We have, as a college, looked into programs offered by Carroll County where we can preserve the land and not overdevelop it. I mean, there's a program that, what is my understanding, that there is I don't know the proper terminology, but it was shared with me not too long ago that there is an opportunity within the county where you can apply for, I don't know if it's called a permanent easement or some sort, where you can implement some type of injunctions where the land can't be overdeveloped over time. And so we have looked at those opportunities. In fact, we have made contact with the county about that. So again, just to reiterate, there is no vision there is no vision to overdevelop the space and to build multiple buildings on the site. As I said, we have made contact with the office to learn more about that program, and I'm sure there's a way you can track that down. Just to answer Mr. Snyder's question.
Well, I'm sure you mean what you say, but at one time there was one Bay Bridge. Now there's two.
Okay, any questions? Okay, anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
Any testimony, Mr. Hopkins?
Thank you, Ken.
Or I should say Dr. Hopkins.
Concern has to do with three things. One, I too was a friend of Professor Singleton when I was getting my doctorate degree at Johns Hopkins. Everything Bruce Snyder said, is consistent with the kind of, for instance, I was very close with him in terms of professor-student relationships, but he would not invite me. He just told me straight out, I'm not going to invite you down to the retreat. So just, it's the same story. Number two, water. The water that's going to be used by people while there is lowering the water table. In fact, I wonder where the second pond went. South of that map goes pretty much north that way, south that way. And we supply the water through our springs to Turkey Foot Run, which feeds into that first lake. And there is a good deal of wetland around. There are concerns I have of people not only drink water, but they void water and other things. And there are other things that go into a wastewater system. There's no real
let's get right up here, idea of the topography. This is high. This is low. This is high. I've been given the privilege of being able to go back to the back house to take pictures of fireflies 20 years ago, 22 years ago. And what caught my eye, because I would go down there frequently, is what happened in this area suddenly about a year after we moved in. This became a no-till cornfield. If the college really has any sense of environmental impact, no-till farming requires chemicals that are carcinogenic. But the worst thing is, now it has been mowed, and so there are weeds growing on there, and I suppose that's kind of an experiment. But the fact is, the chemicals they use for growing corn, done year after year after year, those chemicals kill weeds to the point where there's nothing. There are weeds all over that area that are resistant to poisons that kill plants. So now, all of us, including you all, are subject to plant weeds that you don't want, like thistle, that spread far and wide. These are yearly, these are unusual plants. These are now pesticide and herbicide resistant animals and plants. And the second question had to do with third. First one was water use, which lowers our water table. Second, and there's been no discussion with that whatsoever. There are a lot of people around here, 20 letters went out. 21 actual one. And on top of that, where it is well known that fields that are used for waste currently are leach out, mostly our waste, but they also leach out things that have been put on the land. I'm upset that within college let this happen. I know the fellow working for the road who leased the land non-environmentally. My question is, why don't they first fix what they messed up environmentally before getting into a huge development? Period. It's a matter of water, wastewater, and all these plants, which eventually go down to the rocks. This is in that. Turkey Foot Road is specifically starts here and goes to the opposite. That's just a concern of environmentalism, which is my field, and the lack of any kind of understanding on their part. And suddenly now they're intervening environmental, which may bring more students to the college. That means more students going there. In fact, I heard secondhand that the students are ecstatic about having a farm. I doubt if any of them end up being farm
workers. It's a lot of work. And it just, for instance, apparently, a number of us have heard about parties. And you can hear them. Our property borders their property. People come through our property to get there. I was hit by a truck on even though this is not on the road, there it is, Stone Chapel Road. I was in my driveway, 35 feet plus into my driveway when I was hit by a truck going 90 miles an hour. So I limped around a bit because I have artificial, and it wasn't covered by insurance because the policeman talked to his father, and he only got a ticket for crossing a double yellow line. Meanwhile, it ruined the rest of my life. So traffic, the people being bring up, is critical. What about children's safety? Thank you.
Mr. Weisbaum, you have any questions of Dr. Hopkins' testimony?
No questions, just that McDaniel plans to, comply with all regulations with respect to any site plan or development when the time comes.
That doesn't explain the corn.
We have no questions as to Dr. Hopkins' testimony.
Okay. Board members, any questions of Dr. Hopkins' testimony?
No.
Okay, anyone else want to give testimony? Ms. Bray?
I need to reintroduce
No.
myself? Okay, fine. So just for the record, the stream that everyone is talking about, what my husband mentioned, it's technically Turkey Foot Run. It originates on our property, 1634 Stone Chapel, and is part of the Rural Legacy Program of Maryland. So it's part of that whole watershed that it's maintained through. So I just wanted to make that point. And there were 2 ponds originally on that. Now there's 1, and it's pretty low in volume at this point because of the drought that we've had. So I think water usage, water consumption, is going to be a question that we'll have for some of the further studies. My only comment, and this sort of ties into what Mr. Snyder was saying, this seems like an awfully big investment for McDaniel College to be making for 12 students that might major in environmental studies. This is no small investment to put in a new road, to build this classroom, to make all of these, proposed changes that are in this site plan. So call me skeptical, but I do think that there are designs that this is going to lead to something that is going to continue to grow over time. Otherwise, why make that sort of investment in development of this property? And I do not feel that McDaniel has necessarily been a good neighbor. We have been at our current location for 22 years. We've never had anyone from the college contact us about what's going on. We received this letter in the mail a month ago. We were not given any information about this. We had to come to this site yesterday and sit in a conference room and review these documents in order to get any kind of information about what was being proposed. So certainly the neighborhood, all of these impacted properties have not had any kind of opportunity to interact with the college. The college did not provide information. I know that one of the women that was previously here, she had reached out to the college. They refused to return her calls. So again, we're not starting out on a good foot. As I said, we've been there for a long time, much longer than a lot of these other people. We've had, issues, and the experience has not been positive. So I am skeptical about where this is all leading. I understand that technically, as an agricultural parcel, They are allowed to have a quote-unquote private school, but this really becomes an extension of the McDaniel campus, as opposed to what the spirit of, I think, the original agricultural permitting was, so.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah. So if, I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Okay, Ms. Eckert.
Like, do they-
Oh, wait a minute.
No questions.
Weissman. Okay, Weissbaum, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Ms. Eckert.
I think I perhaps missed this maybe in the testimony. You indicated the capital expense that's going into the development of this site. Have you seen a budget? Do you know what the cost to construct this addition is?
No, I have no idea, but I'm.
I just want to confirm that I hadn't missed something when you spoke to.
No, I have not seen anything. I'm just assuming that given the, you know, the proposed, you know, it's not cheap to put, you know, you can spend $15,000 just on a little driveway, and we're talking about paving a whole road, et cetera. So I'm sure this is a significant investment, but I've not seen any details, no.
Okay, and are you aware that if we should decide to grant approval for this today, that if they want to construct anything else on this site, that they have to come back before this board to get permission?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm, I heard a lot of people saying that if this gets granted, this is just the beginning, and then it will turn into, have a snowball effect. So I just wanted to confirm that you were aware that
Yeah,
they
no,
can't.
so I understand that there is a lengthy, you know, assessment and planning and so forth, and that any additional beyond this. But again, what they put forward here, that classroom as an example, you know, Mr. Simon indicating that this was just sort of a placeholder, that's my word, not his. So when do we get to actually see the final, you know, proposals and so forth? I guess that comes further.
That'll be before the Technical Review
Yeah.
Committee and the Planning Commission.
Right, right. And so if that does get approved and built, to your point, if they want to build now a second classroom, they'd have to start all over again and go through this process, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, any other comments from anyone in the audience?
Is there any intent to raise animals, farm animals, not pets, but
Mr. Simon?
No.
there's no intent to raise pigs or cows or guinea pigs or giraffes?
No.
Okay. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Weissbaum.
Yes, thank you. I want to first just say I appreciate everybody that's come out and their passion for the community and the neighborhood. You know, despite any skepticism, the college is very much intending to proceed with something they feel is in the best interests of their students and their initiative as an institution of higher education, which has long-standing ties in this community. But is not intending in any way to, you know, repurpose this land away from what is the agricultural preservation intent. As Mr. Simon mentioned, they've even began preliminary discussions for what a conservation easement might look like for further preservation of the land with the county. In short here, as we've alluded to, all plans submitted and put before the county planning committee and technical review committee will be submitted in full compliance with all code. And the requests here are very specific as to a conditional use for the agriculturally zoned property by a private school in accordance with Section 158.138 of the code, and for driveway width variance that will actually make a more minimal impact on the land than compliance with the typical width regulation requirements would be. So we feel that we've presented a case that clearly meets the Schultz-Pritz standard with respect to conditional use. And with respect to a variance, we feel that the length of the driveway is a unique condition given the relatively light amount of traffic we expect under such conditional use, where it would be substantially burdensome to require a widening of the driveway, and in fact, a widening of the driveway would go against the very fundamental spirit and nature of the agricultural zoning overlay. So we are presenting a plan which we feel most minimally invasive to surrounding neighbors and to the environment and the land itself, in order to comply with the spirit of agricultural zoning and make this as minimal of a disruption as possible to the neighbors, while also looking out for and carrying through a purpose that is in the college's best interest for its student body and its curriculum, and hopefully passing on some level of passion for environmental studies and agricultural preservation.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to call the hearing back to order. Okay. So we have, we've just got this summations, and so the hearing and record of this case is now closed and
Were you finished, Mr.?
yes.
I was, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't finish him, he finished himself, okay?
You were asleep.
The hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Board members. Mr. Snyder.
How'd I know? First of all, myself and the board, of course, always appreciate all the participation by the public and the neighbors. It really helps us to better understand more clearly these situations and these requests as they come forward. But with that, I need to be really clear what the purpose of the board is. And that is to determine, is this an appropriate use for the space? Not, things like traffic control necessarily, or environmental issues, or those things. They are all handled within the site planning process. So again, we have not blinders, but we have a channel we look at, and is this appropriate use relative to all the other uses, conditional uses we've granted in the agricultural zone over the years, and that's the context in which we have to deliberate. So frankly, all the information provided is very helpful, but we're not here to adjudicate a will. Or are we here to do a traffic study? Or are we here to deal with environmental issues in this particular situation? Matter of fact, speaking of environmental, the request is for a school of environmental sciences. One would think you could not ask for a better neighbor when it comes to dealing with environmental issues and even educating people going forward of how to better deal with those types of things. And lastly, we're not here to rationalize McDaniel's investment, the prudence of their investment in this property. We look at it within the context of the request, and that is how we need to look at it. So based on that, going back one more thing, as far as the variance on the roadway, we deal with this a lot in these type of requests. And what I have found that maintaining some level of integrity of the agricultural zone is best served by not putting a commercial wide driveway up a hill or down a hill. It kind of invites people to go that way. I think it facilitates trespassing. And also, it basically turns the area from what a normal driveway would be to a commercial entity. So in that case, I do not have, I support the request for the site as well as the variance for the reduction in the requirement for the driveway.
Ms. Eckert?
I also support the request. I think this is an excellent use for this 59-acre site. And I believe that the impact by use by McDaniel College is going to be way less than what could be happening on this site if used as purely an agricultural site. If this use would have been proposed 3 or 4 years ago, we wouldn't be sitting here. It would just have been permitted by right. So I'm prepared to vote in favor for it. And I think it's, like I said, I commend the college. They do a great service in our community, and it's going to get my vote.
Mr. Caldwell?
I have nothing to add. I agree with the approval of the request.
Me also.
The only thing I want to add is, again, a couple of years ago, this has been a permitted use. This is now conditional use. So this is an additional hurdle for an informational meeting for the community. I would hope that Mr. Simon, you have listened to what the comments have been here today. You take them to heart and take them back to the appropriate people at Western Maryland College. I think this.
McDaniel.
Huh? Sorry, McDaniel.
That was 20 years ago.
I know, it dates me.
I'm there too, don't feel bad.
So I think that's important for everyone to be on the same page, and I think this will be an asset to the community. The other thing I'd like to say is I heard Dr. Hopkins' testimony that Turkey Foot Run started on his property. Sir, I just want to say to you, I live 2,000 acres down below that because I built a bridge one time and I knew it was a 2,000 acre watershed area above me. I live on Turkey Foot Run, so the water quality is of a concern of mine. So I just wanted to say that. I had no idea where the headwaters started, and thank you for that information. With that, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I think we need to circle back, perhaps, I don't know if
Good.
this was covered sufficiently.
Oh,
The
yes.
variance.
The variance, the driveway with variance, I'll address that. We're looking at a lengthy driveway there, and with the pull-offs there, we're looking at significantly less impervious surface. And with the, it's kind of a moving target on the number of people, but this is almost like a wedding venue, except not to that extent. The traffic would be going in, and the traffic would be at a certain time and would be coming out at another. And I think that's a very important distinction that we make as a Board of Zoning Appeals, is whether it would be two-way traffic. It seems to me that it would be traffic in for a time period and traffic out. There should be a minimum of bypassing traffic. And the other thing is Schultz v. Pritz, absolutely, would this be worse at this location than any other location in the ag zone? I can't see that it is. So it meets the provisions of Schultz v. Pritz. Sorry.
What was the specific request as far as the variance on the width?
But did we demonstrate practical difficulty or unreasonable hardship? I guess the length and the cost to install?
Well, from an environmental standpoint, in my opinion, would be.
Less is more, right?
But is that practical?
You know, less is more environmentally friendly.
Exactly.
So, Mr. Snyder, you are correct.
So which one is that?
An unreasonable hardship for the land?
Well, it's a practical difficulty when it comes to the money, but an unreasonable hardship environmentally, so, does that cover it?
I don't know that answer. Does that cover it?
It works for me.
Okay, perfect.
There you go, Mr. Dixon, that's all that matters. Okay,
I'll propose
go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Okay, I'd propose as follows, in case number 6471 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for a classroom and research facility and driveway width variance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
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 All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned. Okay, we're gonna call the hearing, we're gonna call the hearing to order. We have before us, Mr. Dixon, do we have our paperwork? We're here for case number 6470, and I'd ask that if you have any electronic devices, please put them on vibrate so that it doesn't interrupt the proceedings here today. And when you vacate the building, please go out the same door as you came in, so at the end of the day, they're not trying to locate you in the broom closet. And it looks like everyone has signed in on the sheet on the side. So with that, Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6470, a request for conditional use for the manufacturing of wine and variance for the driveway. The site is located at 2236 Gillis Road, Woodbine, Maryland, on Property Zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 9. By Michael Moran, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Sections 155.051C2 and C5, 158.071.01, and 158.168. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for September 20th, 2023 at approximately 10:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. An email from Jennifer Henneman, September 25th, 2023, requesting denial of this request for conditional use. Our family farm has resided directly across the street from the property in question for 38 years. I hope my children will experience the same quiet enjoyment of this property for many years to come. Growing up in this rural community, you can imagine the shock when we received the notice in the mail rather than our neighbors reaching out. A September 25th, 2023 email from Fred E. Kent. He wants to put his views in emails because he's been sick lately and cannot attend the meeting in person. Let's see, the applicant is not the property owner. He is a corporate officer with Total Wine and More in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. More needs to be known about Michael Moran. He strongly opposes to any entrances off Davis Road. Davis Road is not wide enough for 2 cars to pass. It has terrible drainage, which goes across the road onto my property. It is treacherous with snow and refreezing water. We got the site minutes. There is a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. Change of use permits are required for all buildings used for the manufacturing and sale of the wine. The site shall be in compliance with the Maryland Accessibility Code. There's a September 13th, 2023 letter from Christopher Hahn, P.E. Secretary to the Planning Commission. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a September 13th, 2023 memo from the Bureau of Comprehensive Planning. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use and variances on the property is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. Hearing notice was posted September 4th, 2023 for the public hearing. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, zoning administrator. The proposed farm alcohol producer must meet all requirements of section 158.168 of the Carroll County Code. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan shall be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. Ag preservation is in favor of this type of business. However, there are a few requirements needed for mouth approval. Some amount of grapes must be grown on the farm within the next 3 to 5 years. The owner of the farm must have some ownership in the business of manufacturing wine. Hearing notice was posted August 24, 2023 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Comments? None. And then there's an attached sheet. No comments. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. Then we have the application. Application includes a number of photographs. I would ask the file be entered into evidence.
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion to move the file into evidence. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll move the file into evidence. Okay, before we get started here, the process is the applicant will go ahead and you can have opening comments. You can go ahead and call witnesses. Each witness, after they get finished with their testimony, will have the opportunity to, the audience will have the opportunity to ask questions of their testimony only, then the board will do that. After this process is complete, I'm assuming you're gonna have one or two witnesses. Then anyone from the audience can go to the microphone and give their own testimony. So the first part of this is just asking questions of the testimony that the applicant's going to give. It is an honor to actually have a former lieutenant governor here before us. I don't think this has ever happened.
No.
It hasn't happened as long as I'm here. So, Mr. Rutherford.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be.
I'm sorry. The oath.
Sorry, sir.
I'm so starstruck by it. No.
You shouldn't be.
If anyone is going to testify here today, please stand and take the oath. So if you're going to testify or ask questions, are you, okay, there's only 2 more. You might as well stand up
Take the
too.
oath, just in case.
You might as well. Everybody else is. Okay, you can join the crowd.
It's free.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You can be seated. Mr. Rutherford.
Well, thank you. And for the record, I am Boyd Rutherford, and I'm here representing the applicant, Michael Moran, for his conditional use permit for the manufacture or production of wine for commercial purpose and a variance of a driveway off of Gillis coming into the property. The applicant is leasing a portion of a barn from Legacy Oaks LLC, who is a minority owner in the operation. Mr. Marion is here from Legacy Oaks, excuse me. He is here. I don't anticipate calling him, but if there are questions, I will call him as a witness. The applicant will be planting grapes on the property. However, he will be sourcing in the interim grapes regionally and possibly beyond the region. With that,
you can call your first witness.
My first witness is Mr. Michael Moran. And I would like to ask Mr. Moran, can you explain your plan?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And there's another step I forgot to say. So before you speak, state your name, your address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Michael Moran, M-O-R-A-N, occupation, software development manager, winemaker. I live in Mount Airy, which is in Frederick. What else was there?
Your
And
address.
spell for the record your last name.
M-O-R-A-N,
Okay, very good.
5391 Annapolis Drive, Mount Airy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Moran, can you state what you plan to do on the property?
Yes, sir. I plan to produce wine on the property, eventually plant some vines and see if I can use the grapes that come from that property to make, produce and store wine.
And maybe you can explain the process.
Yes, so making wine is a very simple thing. It's grapes, you smash them, you throw some yeast in there, maybe some sugar, and then in about 2 years you'll have wine, if it's controlled. As a matter of fact, while we were doing the introductions, I just started making wine here. So I threw some yeast in this bag of grapes. I'm gonna smash them up a little bit. In about 2 years, if I manage it, we're gonna have wine. I'll save you a bottle.
And just also for the record, are you the owner of the property?
I am not the owner of the property.
And what type of interest will you have in the property?
My interest is to lease about 700 square feet of a bottom of a bank barn to store my barrels and/or tanks for aging wine.
And for the board, I believe in the application, there are pictures of the barn, both interior and exterior, and if they don't, I have additional copies if you need it.
They're in there? Okay, they're in there, so we're good.
And Mr. Moran, do you have any ownership interest in Total Wines?
No, sir.
Just for the record, I think the person may have been mistaken, David Trone, who is the owner of Total Wine and is running for Congress, or running for the Senate. Just on that question that came in. With that, we don't have any other questions. It's pretty
Okay.
straightforward.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Moran's testimony? Absolutely, go to the, and when you go to the microphone, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Brian Hunter. My address is 5902 Davis Road, Woodbine, Maryland. My occupation is Procurement Director, CJ Miller LLC, and my last name is spelled Hunter. So I didn't see a drawing, so the answer to this first question would probably make the rest of these questions go away. But the driveway is located off of Gillis or off of Davis?
It is off of Gillis.
It is off of Gillis. No further questions.
Okay, go ahead, go to the microphone, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name's Kenny McWhorter. My address is 2266 Gillis Road. Spelling of my last name's McWhirter. And I'm a program analyst. And so my question was more so like the intent. You said you were going to grow grapes, but is there any intent to open this up for the public to come to do wine tastings or the purchase of wine?
No, sir. No tasting room at this time. I don't think that the land and the conservation that the land is under will allow for that. So, no, just production and storage.
Yeah, for the record, the property is in the Land Preservation Program, the MOUF program.
My second question is also the traffic that you intend that this driveway would receive on a daily basis and on a weekly basis.
So making wine really takes about 15 days a year. Of those 15 days, I would imagine that I'd have 1 to 2 vehicles, maybe going up the driveway and down the Davis Road or whatever it may be, Davis or Gillis.
Gillis.
There's not a lot of activity that goes on with producing wine. The the wine kind of works itself, the grapes, the yeast. You just have to make sure that you have a container for it. So I couldn't imagine that much more traffic down any road.
Based on your answer on that question, could you educate me on why the driveway would need to be widened?
I do not know why. I was, when I was going through this process, a lady named Teresa from Carroll County had reached out to Joe Vance and had said that it might be a good idea to go ahead and submit the application for a variance for the driveway to make it 18 feet wide.
Well, my understanding, and Mr. Marion is here, but I understand there's no plan to actually widen the driveway. It's a variance from the 18-foot requirement.
And let me interject, I'm not giving testimony, but in our code, it says that the driveway must be 18 feet wide for these type of uses. And then we've had requests before us, we had one this morning, about the width of the driveway, reducing that to a certain width. So that's in our county code, is to have an 18-foot driveway.
So there's no plan to widen the driveway. We're asking essentially for an exception, and that's what the variance is.
The
To keep the
variance.
driveway the way it is now.
Understood. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay. Go ahead, you're fine. There's not 100 of you back there, I'll let you have a second bite.
Yeah, I just thought of another. Well, just kind of a follow-up to his question. So will there be any activity on Davis Road whatsoever? The reason I asked that, there is a little bit of a farm access lane on Davis Road now, which isn't too far from my driveway, and I'm just curious if there'll be any activity relating to this coming in off of Davis.
Not that I imagine. I actually use that road typically because I come from that direction, but if I can go around to the driveway, I'll certainly do that. Yeah.
And he's
paved.
He's basically driving a.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking
Pickup
about him
truck?
coming in on his personal vehicle. I'm talking about any, obviously, there's no vineyard there now.
Yeah.
So grapes will be coming to the site somewhere and being processed and stored. The traffic for that would be coming in off of Gillis. That's how I understand what's being said. Right,
And
Gillis
Mr.
Road.
Moran will actually be bringing the grapes in his pickup truck.
Yeah, personal
That's
vehicle.
correct.
Okay, yeah, got it. All right, cool, thank you.
Okay?
Not a commercial vehicle.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Moran's testimony?
Couple, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Ms. Moran, if I can, I'm just trying to understand the scope of your involvement with the property. So you, if I could characterize, you have a commercial lease with the owner for the property?
I have a lease of a portion of the bank barn.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and what does that lease, what spaces and activities does that lease allow you to do?
That lease allows me to store wine in the bank barn.
Does it allow you to plant grapes? Because you testified that
that's-
you may or may not be planting grapes in the
Right.
future, so I'm just asking if the lease includes the opportunity to be able to use the land to plant grapes.
I don't think that the lease per se states that I can plant grapes, but I have talked to the owner of the property, and there are some fields out there that he just doesn't want to cut the grass anymore, so he's offered to allow me to plant some grapes there.
I understand.
And we anticipate, if I may, we anticipate entering into a formal agreement with the landowner, because the landowner has taken ownership interest in the production, and that will be part of the formal agreement.
That's very helpful to me. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so,
Second?
I have a question. I'm looking at the lease. You indicated you were thinking roughly 700 square feet. Did I hear that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And the lease says 154 feet? Maybe I'm reading it.
see,
154 square feet confined and limited to the 4-stall pens and the milking trough?
I'd have to, can we call?
I've not seen the lease yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, you're doing fine.
Are there pictures there that you see
There's
the
pictures that
stalls?
identify the space, he says. It's a visual.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the lease with me.
154 square feet just doesn't seem, 154 doesn't seem
Yes, that's,
Like a very big space.
that's 10 by
Yeah.
15.
I think it's bigger than that. If you can call Mark, you can probably
The-
testify.
You can call the other witness.
Okay,
Mark
and-
Marion.
And that's fine. We'll go ahead and finish this up, so we'll answer
that's
that
fine.
question.
Go ahead.
And any other questions of Mr. Moran?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're requesting a variance for the driveway. If this board were not to grant that variance, can you tell us how that's a practical difficulty or a hardship for you? That's one of the criteria that we need to establish has been met.
The cost associated with widening that driveway for the limited purpose of a few cars, over several weeks or months, a year, seems to be unreasonable, and it would be a major burden on Mr. Moran, who doesn't own the property, so he would have to pay for it for the ownership or for the landowner. And as you can imagine, asphalt is very expensive. The construction process was very expensive for something that is really a small operation to take place. So,
That's perfect. We
that
just
would be a
need it
hardship.
in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Moran's testimony? Go ahead. Go ahead and go to the microphone. We normally don't allow you the second bite at the apple, but we're good.
All right, thank you. I was just curious with the driveway, what the current width of it is.
It's approximately 10 feet, but Mr. Marion can talk about that.
Okay, so Mr. Marion's going to testify. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moran. Okay, Mr. Rutherford, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Michael Moran from Legacy Oaks, LLC.
Mark
Oops.
Marion.
Mark Marion, I'm sorry.
You can come to the table if you're a witness.
Oh, okay.
You come right to the table. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Mark Maring, M-A-R-I-N-G. My address is 5911 Davis Road, Woodbine, Maryland. I am retired from the federal government. I am a owner, along with my sister, of Legacy Oaks. It's a family farm. It's been in the family for over 100 years.
Okay.
Mr. Marion, can you state approximately how wide is the current driveway off of Gillis?
The main part of the driveway, I would say, would be around 10 feet wide. I blow it dry, blow all the leaves and the pine cones off of it every time I mow the grass, and my mower is 5 feet wide, so I have to go up one side, down the other side, so I'm thinking it's around 10 feet wide. Where it meets Gillis Road, it's much wider to allow access from both directions into the driveway. When the driveway gets up to the house where the garages are and the barn, it widens up a little bit more, maybe 12 feet. And there's a parking pad at there, probably 20 by 30 feet. That's all blacktop.
It's going to be my next question. And currently, you have a lease with Mr. Marion, is that correct? I mean, Mr. Moran,
Yes,
excuse me, is
2
that
M's.
correct? Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Can you answer that question about the square footage that's included in
There
yours?
are 4 stalls and a little area where the milking parlor used to be when the farm was a dairy farm. The 4 stalls are probably 12 by 12, and there's a little area that's a little larger outside alongside those stalls, so I'd have to do the calculations of what that works out to be.
So the 700 feet, would that be the total volume, the total square footage of the barn?
No, I don't, that's not the total square footage of the
Okay.
barn. Of the space that I'm leasing.
He's
It's
leasing
about
part
of the space.
from
where we sit to the wall there.
Okay.
So I just kind of guesstimated
There are
700
also-
square feet. There are also other areas, part of the barn, there's the part of the milking parlor that he's not leasing, and there's what we used to call the bull pen, where the bull was kept for breeding purposes, and he's not leasing that area either.
I don't have the lease in front of me, unfortunately, and I apologize for that. But I think if it does state the 170, it's probably per parlor area, because it's 4 separate areas that are there,
Or little birthing stalls.
earthing
Yeah,
stalls.
that's what they were. They were birthing stalls for dairy cows when they had the calves.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Maring's testimony?
One, if I may. So relative to the operation, any outdoor storage, large equipment, large vehicles, things like that?
No, sir.
You store the product inside the barn or outside the barn? I'm talking about the raw grapes, or do you process them immediately upon arrival?
Yes, sir. I will process the grapes as soon as I bring them onto the farm, and they will be moved from the outside, the press pad. There's a little pad on the side. I'll move those grapes into the barn because the temperature is very important when fermenting. So we want to make sure that we can regulate the temperature somewhat, so we put it inside. And it being a bank barn, it's below grade. So the temperature is, I wouldn't say constant, but when it's 90 degrees outside, it might be 80 degrees in there, and vice versa.
Understood. And you said the process, it takes about 15 days. Is that what I heard you say?
So to ferment grapes, right, depending on how you want your wine, the yeast will consume the sugars in the grapes or the sugars that I add to it. If you want the sweet wine, I can cut off fermentation early, meaning that the yeast do not consume all the sugars. That would be called your residual sugar. And on your label, you have to claim that. So the fermentation process takes anywhere from 7 to 11 days.
Okay.
So that's
I've really asked the incorrect question. I apologize for that. What I'm trying to understand is the traffic flow in and out to support the operation. I'm assuming that you produce wine on a kind of a perpetual basis?
Once a year, sir.
Once a year, for what period of time?
I will ferment for 2 weeks, and then it'll be in storage.
Okay, so you only do one batch?
That's it.
For lack of a better word?
There's only one harvest, right? Grapes only happen once a year.
Understood. Again, you understand, I'm just trying to understand the
Absolutely.
traffic flow. Okay, thank you very much.
Right, and if I may add, the only traffic flow is my truck, really. I'm the only one that's gonna be up there doing it unless Mark wants to help me out, or Boyd, you're not busy, there's not gonna be a lot of traffic there.
Understood. Thank
Of
you
course
very
I'm
much.
not- I'm not busy.
Any other questions?
This is the time, can I make a comment, please?
Absolutely.
Okay. As I said earlier, the farm has been in my family for over 100 years. And as you know, farms, you have to have a lot of acreage and a lot of product to maintain the farm. My sister and I, who own the farm does not make enough money to support itself. We have to supplement the farm income every year to pay the insurance, pay the property taxes, maintain the buildings, maintain the houses on the property that my stepmother lives in. And we entered into this agreement with Mr. Moran just to have a little bit more money coming in to support the farm, to keep the farm as a farm, and not have to go out of the ag preservation program and do something that we don't want to do. We want the farm to be in my generation and my sisters and my generations to come as a farm.
Thank you. Any other questions of any of the testimony, you guys? Board members, we good?
Good.
Okay. So presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order.
Okay. Well, thank you. I want to thank this board again. We definitely feel this is very straightforward with regard to the request of the applicant. It is consistent with the current zoning there is agricultural. It's an ag-related operation. It complies with the preservation programs, Maryland Agricultural Preservation Program, and we see no reason that this board shouldn't approve our application for conditional use as well as a variance on the driveway.
Okay. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members.
I think it's, the comments made by Mr. Maring are very important here, that it helps preserve the farm, and therefore its agricultural usage. So I don't have any other comments to make beyond that. I agree with the request. I don't see any problem with it.
I agree with it as well. Support you.
Second.
I agree with the request as well. I think it clearly meets the Schultz versus Pritt standard. And as far as the variance for the driveway, it would be an unreasonable hardship to require an 18-foot driveway for such a small operation.
Mr. Snyder?
Ditto.
The only thing I want to say about the driveway is, I mean, we're not talking that many trips. And the existing driveway, as we went in, when we did our site inspections, has actually diagonal speed bumps to divert the water off of it because it is a rather steep driveway. And to make that at 18 foot going up that grade would be absolutely ridiculous, especially when you consider the number of trips. And that's one of the things that we look at is the number of trips on these driveways. Code says 18, but you can come before us to get that reduced. So with that, board members?
I'll make a motion if you wish.
Okay.
In case number 6470, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the conditional use for the manufacturing of wine and a variance for the driveway.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion, we've got a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much. This hearing is adjourned.